Chapter 51:23. Looking at how confident she was now, Feng Sanyuan smiled. Good, good, good. With your words, grandfather is relieved. After the two of them took a walk in the garden, Guan Shilin brought Yi Jing and the child over. She gathered with them before returning to the courtyard to rest. Even though she had not returned for a few years, the courtyard she used to live in was still kept for her in this home. There were even people who cleaned it, just like before. Nothing had changed. When she returned to the courtyard, she wanted to take a bath first before returning to the room. As soon as she entered the room, Xin Yuan Mose patted the bed beside him and lifted the quilt. Come and sleep for a while. Feng Jiu looked at him and revealed a gentle smile. After taking off her coat, she came to his side and laid down. A pair of big hands wrapped around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Sleep. His deep voice sounded in her ear with a seductive magnetism. She only felt her ear itch and slightly rubbed against his chest. Her hands also wrapped around his waist, feeling the feeling of him by her side. Aze, it's so good to have you by my side. She closed her eyes and murmured softly. Her entire body and mind relaxed as she fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Xin Yuan Mose listened to her words, and his deep eyes turned into deep affection. He lowered his head slightly and looked at Feng Jiu, who was completely relaxed and sleeping in his arms. His thin lips curled up slightly, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. He gently kissed her forehead and whispered, Me too. With you by my side in this life, it's not a waste of time. After resting for a day, they took the carriage to Peach Blossom Cove the next morning. They did not fly on their swords, nor did they fly in the air. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they slowly walked up. Because this was Feng Jiu's private place, and they were not here, this place was usually not open to the public. In addition, there were guards here, so only the Feng family could come here. I haven't been here for a long time. It's still so beautiful. As Feng Yi spoke, his pair of peach blossom eyes looked at this fairyland-like place and asked with a smile, Jiu, is there such a beautiful place on your fairyland-like island? And it's even better. Feng Jiu smiled and said. As soon as her voice fell, she felt the ground tremble slightly, as if something was running over. Bang, bang, bang. A huge black figure came out of the peach blossom forest and ran with both hands and feet. Every time it ran, the ground shook. It's that big idiot. Chicken Feather came out from behind and called out when he saw the big black bear. Master, master. The big black bear quickly ran to Feng Jiu and looked at her with an aggrieved expression. Master, you've finally come back to see Little Black. Master, will you bring Little Black with you this time? Master, I want to stay by your side. I don't want to stay here. Looking at it, Feng Jiu could not help but feel apologetic. She reached out to pat its head, but it was too big and her hand could not touch its head. Just as she was about to reach back, it quickly squatted down and moved its head closer. Seeing this, she could not help but chuckle. She patted its head and said, It's been hard on you these years. This time, I'll take you to the celestial realm to be with everyone. Chapter 51:24. Xin Yuan Mose glanced at the big black bear and said to Feng Jiu, Let's go. Let's see which place is suitable. Knowing that he was talking about setting up a formation, Feng Jiu nodded and went up with him. He said, We'll set up another formation around here. That way, people won't enter by mistake. Although there are people guarding this place, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be some curious cultivators who wanted to explore this place. If they set up a formation, unless they told the people around them how to enter the formation, other people would walk around inside and then come out again. Yes, this is a must. Xin Yuan Mose responded and walked slowly. Du Fan and the others followed behind and went back to the familiar place. In the end, Feng Jiu set up the transportation formation in the peach blossom garden because there was a large peach blossom garden here. With peach blossoms as a formation, it was very attractive. After choosing a place, Feng Jiu set up a transportation formation in the peach blossom garden. This transportation formation was different from ordinary transportation formations. When the ancient pattern formed on the ground with a powerful aura, Du Fan and the others could feel the powerful energy in this transportation formation. Even Du Fan, who was proficient in formations, felt that this transportation formation was very mysterious when he saw Feng Jiu personally set it up. The ancient pattern and the energy in the formation seemed to contain a mysterious and powerful force and mystery, making people unable to understand it even if they wanted to. Especially when he saw her cut her finger and drip her blood into the formation, he was even more surprised. He had never seen such a mysterious and ancient formation before. But thinking about it, it made sense. If anyone could comprehend the profundities within it, they probably wouldn't have been isolated from the world for millions of years. After setting up the formation and setting up another formation around it, time slowly passed. They walked around the Peach Blossom Cove and admired the peach blossoms. That night, they stayed here. It wasn't until the next morning that they put Green Hair and Little Black into the space and brought them back to the Feng family. The days spent together always passed quickly. Even if Feng Jiu wanted to spend more time with them, time passed unknowingly. She knew that the things here were almost done. She should go back to the immortal realm because she was needed there more than here. She had settled everything here, but there were still many things waiting for her to do in the immortal realm. Moreover, Mo Zhe was suppressing his strength now and was about to fly. She had to go back and prepare in advance to prevent someone from causing trouble for him. Therefore, this morning, she woke up early and wanted to see Feng Yi and Zhao Yang's morning exercises. When her parents woke up, she wanted to tell them about her departure. Unexpectedly, when she went to the martial arts field, she saw that her father had also woken up early. Just as she was about to call him, she saw him walk into the small path towards the back of the mountain. She was surprised and paused for a moment before following him. Actually, she was a little curious. What was her father doing at the back of the mountain so early in the morning? Feng Xiao woke up early. Most of the masters in the manor hadn't woken up yet. The servants didn't ask where he went. Moreover, this was the road to the back of the mountain. Du Fan and the others wouldn't come here and naturally wouldn't bump into each other. Therefore, when he went to the back of the mountain, he didn't think that there would be people following behind him. Chapter 51:25. Feng Jiu followed behind him. The more she followed, the stranger she felt. Her father was walking towards the back of the mountain, towards the direction of the city. The terrain there was higher, and standing there, one could see the scenery of the city. However, this place was also rather remote. Even if people came to the back of the mountain, they would rarely come here. After all, if they wanted to see the scenery or something, they could go anywhere in the city. However, when she looked at the road in the back of the mountain, she could faintly see that someone had walked through it. Some of the weeds on the ground had been trampled, revealing a winding path. After walking for a while, she saw her father stop at a place that looked like a grave. Because he was blocking her view, she didn't see the name carved on the tombstone. She was just surprised. Why was there a grave in the back of the Feng family's mountain? Moreover, looking at the soil on the grave, it didn't look like a new grave. Who was buried here? Why didn't she know? Why did her father come here alone? She didn't hear her grandfather mention that there was a grave here. She felt more and more strange in her heart. She seemed to hear her father whispering something in front of her, so she tilted her head and listened carefully. Feng Xiao stood in front of the tombstone and looked at the weeds growing around the grave, as well as the fallen leaves on the tombstone. He whispered, "Gu-er, father has come to see you." As he spoke, he reached out and brushed away the fallen leaves on the tombstone. Then he squatted down and took out 3 incense sticks from his space. He inserted them into the sticks and poured wine into the 3 wine cups. When Feng Jiu, who was hiding behind and eavesdropping, heard this, her heart trembled. Her eyes narrowed, and she looked at the grave with a shocked expression. At this moment, because her father was squatting down to pour wine, she just happened to see the name carved on the tombstone. The grave of his beloved daughter, Feng Qinga. Her heart trembled. For a moment, she stood there in a daze. Her eyes were filled with shock, astonishment, disbelief, and complicated emotions her father knew. So her father had known all along. Daga, it's been some time since Xiaoji returned. Now that she's an expert who's ascended to the immortal realm, I don't think she'll be staying at home for long. This time, she's come back and told us a lot about her life outside. Feng Xiao said in a low voice. After pouring the wine, he sat down in front of the stone tablet. He stroked the name on the stone tablet with one hand and said, "It hasn't been easy for her all these years. All the things that she has experienced, no matter which one it is, are major events that shake the world, and those things are probably something that only she can do. Grr, although you're no longer here, seeing Xiaojio is like seeing you. I've already lost a daughter, so I just want her to be well. Everyone in the family is doing well. You don't have to worry about your little uncle, Fengyi." Xiaojio said that she wanted to take him to the immortal realm to cultivate and broaden his horizons. Your mother, Fengjiu, stood there without moving. She listened to her father talk about her in front of the tombstone. He talked about family matters as if he was just chatting about daily life. However, when she heard it, her heart was filled with endless bitterness. Since she was reborn into Feng Qingge's body, since she became a member of the Feng family, how many years has it been? She couldn't remember. Chapter 51:26. However, she had never said it because she was worried that they would not be able to take it. She did not know how to open her mouth. Perhaps she was more worried that they would treat her as a stranger after finding out the truth. And at this moment, when she saw this scene in the back of the mountain, she knew that she owed them an explanation. She took a deep breath and suppressed the rising and falling emotions in her heart. She looked at Feng Xiao, who was still talking, and called out, "Father." Feng Xiao could not help but be startled by the sudden call of "Father." He quickly turned around and saw the red figure walk out from behind the tree. His pupils constricted. "Xiaojio, why are you here?" He stood up and instinctively used his body to block the name on the stone tablet. Perhaps, in his heart, he didn't want to uncover the truth. Fengjiu walked forward step by step. Her gaze fell on the stone tablet as she asked softly, "When did father find out?" "Xiaojio." Feng Xiao looked at her, not knowing what to say. Fengjiu walked forward and came before the grave. She looked at the name on the stone tablet and said, "Father, don't you want to know what happened?" Her gaze moved away from the stone tablet and fell on Feng Xiao's face. She said, "In the end, I owe father an explanation." Feng Xiao looked at her and then looked at the stone tablet before finally saying, "Many years ago, I knew that you were not Gur. You were Xiaojio. Back then, that person told me that you possessed Gur's body." He paused, looked at the stone tablet, and said, "However, after going through so many things, I know that you truly treat us as family, and you truly protect us. You also treat yourself as a member of the Feng family, and you have never done anything to let down the Feng family or us. So, I believe that no matter what reason it was that made you my daughter, I also believe that you did not forcefully take over Gur's body." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. "Actually, for so many years, I wanted to tell you about this, but I didn't dare to." She looked at Feng Xiao and said, "Back then, Qingge was harmed by Surun. Her face was disfigured, and she was even fed a deadly poison to erase her cultivation. She was sold to a brothel, wanting to torture her to death. Qingge resisted with all her might, but in the end, she still died. When I woke up, my soul had already fused with this body. I killed the person who harmed Song. When I sat in front of the mirror and looked at my ruined face, there was a remnant soul crying in my mind. Seeing his tightly clenched fists in his sleeves and his heaving chest, she sighed in her heart and said, that remnant soul was Qingge. She told me that she was harmed by Su Riyun and wanted me to avenge her. She also said that she was worried about you and hoped that I would take good care of you on her behalf. I agreed, so her remnant soul fused with my memories. Thus, my memories contained her memories. From that moment on, I became her." Feng Xiao let out a deep breath. Hearing her speak in detail, he only felt his heart clench in pain. His daughter, she had died so helplessly. As a father, he had failed in his duty. If he had protected her, perhaps that would not have happened. Chapter 51:27. Feng Xiao shook his head and said, "Don't tell them. That's enough. I don't want them to feel the pain and self-blame I felt when I first found out." He looked at Fengjiu and patted her shoulder, saying, "Xiaojio, you're very good. Even though Gur is no longer here, you're still here. Your existence also proves Gur's existence. Even though you're two souls, you're still one person." He sighed softly and looked at the name on the stone tablet, saying, "That's good. I think Gura will be like me. She won't want her grandfather and mother to be sad for her." "Okay, I'll listen to father," Fengjiu softly replied. The father and daughter quietly stayed there for a while before leaving. She originally wanted to tell them about leaving, but because of this matter, she didn't say anything and returned to the courtyard. "What's wrong?" Xianyuan Mose asked when he saw her return. Her expression didn't seem right. He went forward and held her hand. He touched her forehead and asked, "Are you not feeling well?" Fengjiu leaned into his embrace and hugged his waist. She whispered in his arms, "So my father already knew that I wasn't Chinga, but Fengjiu." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose was slightly surprised and asked, "What did he say?" "He didn't say anything. He also didn't tell me about this. I saw him go to the back of the mountain alone, so I followed him. I found a grave in the back of the mountain. It was the grave he set up for Chinga. After asking, I found out that he already knew about this many years ago." She sighed softly and said, "So I told him how I became his daughter. I originally wanted to tell grandfather and mother, but father said not to tell them. He didn't want them to be sad." "Okay, that's enough," Xianyuan Mose said. He gently stroked her hair and said, "You've done enough for Chinga. You've done right by her, her family, and the Feng clan. Perhaps it's the will of the heavens to let you become a member of the Feng clan." Fengjiu didn't say anything. She just quietly hugged him and leaned into his embrace. She felt the warmth from his body and the sound of his heartbeat. After dinner, Fengjiu told them about her preparations to leave. Although Feng Sanyuan and the others were reluctant to part with her, they also knew that she was now a great emperor, so she couldn't stay here for long. Thus, they only reminded her to be careful in everything she did and to come back more often when she had time. The next morning, Fengjiu, Xianyuan Mose, and the others sat in a carriage and went to the Peach Blossom Cove. When they arrived at the transmission array in the Peach Blossom Forest, Fengjiu let Feng Yi, Du Fan, and the others go to the array to wait for her. Then she went to the side with Mose to talk. "I'll wait for you up there. The three children have been talking about you. After you ascend, we'll find some time to go and see them." Fengjiu held his hand and didn't want to let go. Xianyuan Mose looked at her. His deep black eyes were filled with tenderness and love. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. He kissed her forehead and said in a low voice, "Okay, I'll go up to find you soon." He let go of her and looked at her, saying, "Don't worry about me. Go." "Okay," Fengjiu replied and looked at him deeply. Then she walked into the array and looked at him, saying, "Aze, I'll see you in the immortal realm." Chapter 51:28. Xianyuan Mose nodded and looked at Fengjiu without saying anything else. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. Everything could wait until he ascended. Fengjiu retracted her gaze and activated the matrix. A beam of light rose from the matrix under her feet. In an instant, they were wrapped in it. They turned into a beam of light that shot up into the sky and disappeared. Xianyuan Mose looked up and saw that the ray of light was inconspicuous in the sunlight. If one did not pay attention, it would be difficult to notice it. Seeing them leave, he turned around and left as well. Next, he had to prepare for his ascension. Upper Immortal Realm. During this period, a piece of news quietly spread in the Upper Immortal Realm. It was said that the Empress Phoenix Master had gone mad during her closed-door cultivation and had not stepped out of the Immortal Island for many years. Compared to the shocking thing she had done when she first ascended, it was obvious that her closed-door cultivation in the past few years had caused a lot of speculation. Some people were even eager to make trouble. Among these people, the three great emperors who had a death feud with Fengjiu were the main ones. After observing and asking for information for a long time, the three of them arrived outside Fengjiu's immortal island. They looked at the barrier in front of them and the clouds that covered the scenery inside the barrier. The three of them looked at each other. Fengjiu has not come out for many years. Something must have happened. Since we can't find out why, let's go in and check it out today. If we can take the opportunity to kill her, it could be considered as resolving the knot in our hearts for many years. One of the great emperors said as he stared at the barrier in front of him. At this moment, he was still a little nervous. After all, The scene back then had shocked them so much that when they mentioned Fengjiu, they couldn't help but feel some fear in their hearts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used recuperation as an excuse to hide from her for so many years. "I'll break this barrier," another great emperor said. He gestured for the two of them to step back. Then he gathered a strong spiritual aura in his palm and attacked the barrier. At the same time, he shouted, "Break!" Bang! However, the airflow hit the barrier and made a loud noise. Not only did the barrier not break, but it also reflected the aura back. "Be careful," one of them whispered and dodged at the same time. When the great emperor who broke the barrier saw the airflow being reflected back, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly dodged. "I didn't expect the barrier set up by Fengjiu to be so powerful," another great emperor said as he looked at the barrier in front of him with a complicated expression. They knew that she was a genius that was only once in a million years. If they were not worried that she would dominate this place and make them submit to her after she ascended, they would not have taken advantage of her ascension to take advantage of her ascension and make them submit to her. They would not take advantage of her ascension would. If she wasn't so powerful, she wouldn't have been able to kill the Northern Flame Emperor all those years ago. To the immortal, and still she, and to immortal being. Her hearing this, the other two great emperors looked at him and asked, "Great Emperor of Dongyao, what do you mean?" The great emperor of Dongyao glanced at the two of them and said, "A few years ago, I used the last fragment of the divine incense to send an order to a future sovereign in the immortal world to unify the immortal world and destroy Fengjiu's family and relatives in the immortal world. I believe that after a few years, he should have done something." Chapter 51:29. I didn't expect the great emperor of Dongyao to have the invigorating incense. The two of them spoke in surprise. The invigorating incense was a rare item. They didn't expect him to have it. After thinking for a while, the two of them asked again, "Is there any movement now?" "The remaining incense can only be sent to the lower immortal realm. As for how things are going down there, I don't know. I don't know yet, but the chances of success should be relatively high." He didn't tell them that he had helped the monarch of the lower immortal realm find the seed of the Black Lotus. The Black Lotus brand had become one. Naturally, his strength had increased greatly. Coupled with the origin umbrella he had left for his descendants, no matter how powerful Fengjiu's people were, they wouldn't be able to resist him. If that's the case, then it's really a joyous occasion. The descendants of the great Emperor of Dongyao are so capable. Let's congratulate you first. The two of them laughed and looked at each other. Then they brought the topic back to the barrier in front of them. "This barrier is so powerful. I'm afraid it's difficult to break it with one person's strength. Why don't the three of us work together? How about we break it in one fell swoop?" All right. While they were preparing to break the barrier, the contracted beasts inside the barrier heard the commotion and knew there was an enemy attack. The fire phoenix spread its wings and shouted to Lao Bai and the others, "Enemy attack. Master isn't here. We have to guard the immortal island." "Okay." The beasts below responded and flew toward the mountain gate of the immortal island. At the same time, Songmi who was cooking, heard the loud noise outside. She immediately picked up the kitchen knife and ran out. "Is an enemy attack? How many people are there?" Tai Song was forging in the back mountain. He was preparing to refine weapons. When he heard the noise, he stopped and immediately picked up a sword beside him and was about to go out. "What happened? Why is there a loud noise?" "I think I heard Er's voice." Yunyang hurriedly came out of the house and asked. Tai Song's expression was serious. "It should be an enemy attack, and those who dare to come here are probably strong enemies. Master isn't here. I have to go out and take a look." He strode out and then flew up on his sword. "I'll go too." Yunyang quickly followed. Bang! Rumble! An even louder sound than before rang out. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound, and a powerful airflow surged out. In front of the gate of the immortal island, the three great emperors stood at the edge of the boundary. Looking at the opening they had opened, their eyes sparkled. Even though he didn't show it on his face, he was shocked in his heart. Unexpectedly, even with the combined strength of the three of them, they only managed to break a hole in the barrier set up by Fengjiu. However, it was also because of this opening that the fog that blocked their vision also dissipated, allowing them to see the scene inside the immortal island. Even though they also had their own immortal islands, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. They didn't expect that Feng Jiu's fairy island would look like a fairyland at first glance. Clouds and mist swirled around it, and rainbows stretched across it. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and red-crowned cranes danced in the clouds in the sky. With just a glance, they were shocked. However, what they didn't know was that when they broke a hole in the barrier in the forest of the immortal island, where Feng Jiu had set up the formation, a light flashed and a formation appeared on the ground. Feng Jiu and the others also appeared in the formation. Chapter 51:30. As soon as she arrived here, she felt that someone had opened a hole in the boundary array, and the sound was still echoing in the sky. Did someone want to attack her house while she was away? The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and her beautiful face showed a wicked and charming sneer. Her indifferent voice carried a light smile as she said, "It seems that we came back at the right time. Did someone attack us while you were away?" Feng Yi asked excitedly. He rubbed his fists and looked like he was ready for a fight. Feng Jiu glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "Are you itching for a fight?" Hee, I just want to try my skills." Feng Yi couldn't help but smile when she looked at him. He was her little uncle, but when he saw her, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. "Coward. Then let's stay here and practice." Feng Jiu looked at him and Zhao Yang and said, "You two stay in this forest for a while. When I'm done with my business, I'll arrange a place for you to go." "Okay." Zhao Yang nodded. You don't want us to help?" Feng Ye's face was full of resentment. Feng Jiu smiled, looked at him, and said, "Do you think you can win? If you go out, you'll only be beaten. You'd better stay here first." As she said this, she looked at Du Fan and the others and said, "Come with me and have a look." "Yes." Everyone responded and left with her, leaving only Feng Yi and Zhao Yang in the forest. At the gate of the fairy island, Fire Phoenix was the leader. When it saw the three people, it said in an ancient voice with a murderous intent, "My master didn't look for you, but you delivered yourselves to his door." Just when they broke a hole in the boundary array, it also received a message from its master through divine sense. Knowing that its master had just returned, it was relieved. Feng Jiu and the rest did not directly fly over from the sky. Instead, Du Fan and the rest followed behind them while she took the lead. When she saw that the three of them were still standing outside the enchantment of the island, her eyes flashed, and she sent a message to the Fire Phoenix. "Fire Phoenix, lure the three of them into the immortal island." Hearing the voice in her mind, the Fire Phoenix rolled her eyes and came up with an idea. At this time, she saw Lao Bai and the other contracted beasts guarding the mountain gate. Not far away, Songmi, and the others were flying over on their swords. She turned to Songmi, and the others and shouted, "You all go back first. Just leave it to us." "How can that be? There's an enemy attacking us, so I have to put in some effort." Songmi shouted. When she saw that there were only 3 people at the opening of the barrier, she couldn't help but be surprised. Only 3 people? Tai-Song's expression was not as relaxed. He looked at the 3 and said to Songmi, "These 3 are all great emperors. Each of them can shake the world." Great emperors? I really couldn't tell. Songmi blinked and stared at the 3 people. No matter how I look at them, they don't look as strong as Master. "You're right." The Fire Phoenix glanced at her and said, "Since you don't want to leave, then retreat a little further to avoid being affected." As soon as it finished speaking, it stared at the 3 people outside the barrier. In the next moment, it pounced towards them. The 3 of them were cautious. Therefore, even though they had opened the opening in the barrier, they did not immediately go in. Instead, they pondered and sized up the situation. Chapter 51:31. They had broken a hole in the enchantment of the celestial island and caused such a huge commotion, but Feng Jiu did not appear. Only these contracted beasts and a few weaker cultivators were here. It seemed like their guess was right. Something must have happened to Feng Jiu, or perhaps he was not on the celestial island. Otherwise, he would not have been able to restrain himself and not appear after they had caused such a huge commotion. Just as they were deep in thought, they saw the fire phoenix charging towards them. They immediately spread out and attacked the fire phoenix together. This was Fengjiu's contracted beast. They had to kill it first to dampen Fengjiu's spirit. Whoosh! The fire phoenix screeched and spat out a ball of flames towards them. However, the three great emperors' attacks were fast and fierce. Even though it was an ancient divine beast, it was not strong enough to face the three of them alone. Swoosh! A gust of wind from his palm struck the phoenix's wings. The phoenix let out a cry, and its body was sent flying back to the immortal island as if it was no match for Yichun. Ha 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 ha! Fengjiu's contracted beast is only SOSO. One of the great emperors raised his head and laughed. Seeing that the fire phoenix was injured and unable to defeat them, he was delighted. Seeing that the fire phoenix was escaping into the celestial island, he immediately chased after it. Wait for me to kill this fire phoenix first. He raised his voice and shouted. His figure swept into the celestial island like the wind and chased after the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix's original intention was to lure the three of them into the celestial island. Now that only one of the three had entered, it immediately shouted at Lao Bai and Tunyon below, "Run!" Lao Bai was a straightforward person. Seeing that the fire phoenix was injured, he leaped up and said, "Let me help you." Tunyon stared at the fire phoenix's injured wing. With the flames around, it could not see how injured it was. However, it knew that the fire phoenix's fighting strength was not limited to this. It did not understand, but when it saw the fire phoenix escaping and shouting at them to run, it immediately shouted at the other contracted beast beside it, "Run!" Seeing this scene, the two great emperors outside looked at each other and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Thus, the two of them entered the celestial island and chased after their contracted beasts. However, just as they came in and chased after their contract beasts, Fengjiu, who was in the dark, gathered spiritual power in her hands and formed a complicated seal in her hands. Then, she let out a clear shout. "Seal!" The moment Fengjiu spoke, the three great emperors who were chasing after the contracted beasts froze. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. They turned around abruptly. They saw that the small opening they'd opened up was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, Fengjiu, who'd caused them to think that something had happened, was standing not too far away from them, and she was closing up the barrier of the island once more while dressed in red clothes. She wanted to catch them like a turtle in a jar. "Oh no, we've been tricked. Damn it, she wants to trap us here." The three great emperors cried out in alarm. Their expressions changed, and they almost instantly turned into rays of light and ran towards the enchantment that was gradually closing. They had a premonition that if they didn't escape now, they would probably die here today. Since you're here, don't leave. Chapter 51:32. The moment the boundary closed, the three figures slammed into the boundary at the same time. However, they couldn't get out and were bounced back. Due to their extreme speed, they were bounced dozens of meters away. Damn it! Seeing the sealed boundary, one of the great emperors cursed gloomily. Seeing that they couldn't leave, he stretched out his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He looked at Fengjiu and prepared for battle. The other two great emperors also looked at each other and said, "Since we can't leave, we can only fight. This battle has dragged on for long enough. Today, the three of us will join forces and kill Fengjiu. Otherwise, either she or we will die." The three of them knew that either Fengjiu or they would die today. Therefore, they could only give it their all in this battle. Not for anything else, but to survive. Fengjiu smirked and gestured to Songmi and her contracted beasts. "All of you, back off a little." Seeing this, Tai Song and Yunyang retreated far away. Songmi also retreated. The contracted beasts looked at each other and retreated as well. At this moment, Du Fan and the others had also arrived nearby. Songmi and the others couldn't help but look at them, sizing them up and feeling surprised. Du Fan glanced at the three of them. His master had mentioned them before. Knowing that they were on the same side, he nodded at them. "Today is really a good day," Fengjiu said unhurriedly. As she spoke, the Qing Feng sword appeared in her hand. Looking at the three of them, her voice was cold and filled with killing intent. At least it saves me the trouble of finding all of you one by one. Fengjiu, aren't you too arrogant? The three of us are all great emperors. Do you really think you can kill the three of us by yourself? The great emperor of Dong Yao bellowed as he stared at her. His eyes were filled with malice. Dong Yao, the great emperor? Fengjiu glanced at him and sneered. I have something here that I want to show you. I believe you will find it familiar when you see it. Then she called out Leng Hua. Yes. Leng Hua walked out and raised his hand. An item flew out from his hand and spun. Hiss! The Chaos Umbrella. How can this be? This is impossible. Dong Yao, the great emperor's eyes narrowed, as if he had seen something shocking. He stared in disbelief at the spinning umbrella in the man's hand. This umbrella was a treasure that he left behind for his descendants before he ascended. How did it end up in Fengjiu's hands? Whoosh! However, just as he was in shock and disbelief, a biting cold sword qi suddenly struck out. The chilling sword qi that came from the Qing Feng sword in Fengjiu's hand was as fast as lightning and as fierce as the cold wind. With a swoosh, it streaked across the air and attacked Dong Yao, great emperor. Be careful! A great emperor not far from Dong Yao, the great emperor shouted. As Fengjiu was too powerful, the three of them had to join forces to gain the upper hand. Therefore, before they killed Fengjiu, the three of them were in the same boat. If one of them died first, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the remaining two. Therefore, when he saw Fengjiu's sword rushing towards Dong Yao, the great emperor, while he was distracted by the umbrella, he quickly moved forward. Hiss! Chapter 51:33. Due to the piercing pain and the aura of death brought about by the sharp sword, the great emperor of Dong Yao came back to his senses. He felt his body being pulled away. Due to this, Fengjiu's sword did not hit a fatal spot, even though it had hit him. Do you want to die? The great emperor who had saved him shouted in a gloomy voice. She deliberately distracted you, so that she could attack you. If I hadn't pulled you away, you would have died under her sword. Blood seeped out from the wound on his shoulder, which was only a fist distance away from Li Xian's chest. At this moment, the wound was seeping with a chilling sword aura like an icy sharp blade drilling into the wound. It was bone-piercing and unbearable. The warm blood soaked a large part of the front of his shirt. The smell of blood filled his nose, but it calmed him down instead. He quickly sealed the wound to stop the bleeding. When he looked up, his cold eyes were glaring at Leng Hua, who was holding the treasured umbrella. His eyes were overflowing with killing intent. What a pity! Fengjiu sighed softly. There was a hint of pity in his voice. It was a pity that the sword missed and could not take his life. Fengjiu, today, I'll show you my strength. The great emperor of Dong Yao gritted his teeth and said in a gloomy voice. The treasured umbrella was in Fengjiu's hands. Needless to say, the descendants of the family in the lower immortal realm must have been wiped out. His monstrous anger turned into a strong battle intent at this moment. He held the long sword in his hand and leaped into the air. The sword that contained a powerful sword aura viciously slashed down at Fengjiu from the sky. Dying, the powerful sword aura formed a terrifying airflow and pressure in the air. Even Songmi, and the others who were relatively far away could feel the oppressive and terrifying aura. The wind in the air seemed to have condensed on the sword. With a whoosh, it slashed down at Fengjiu with a thunderous and destructive aura. At the same time, the other two great emperors also moved. They rose into the air and stood in 3 different directions, forming a triangle that trapped Fengjiu in the middle. Their palms contained powerful wind and air currents, and at that moment, they also attacked Fengjiu, who was in the middle. They thought that even if she could dodge one of their attacks, one of the other two would definitely be able to kill her. At the very least, even if he couldn't kill her, he could at least severely injure her. However, just as the 3 of them were attacking Fengjiu from 3 different directions, Fengjiu moved with the Qing Feng sword in his hand. When the attacks from the 3 sides landed, the red figure flashed towards one of them like a bolt of lightning. The red figure flashed through the sword shadows and palm winds. The speed was so fast that they could only see the red figure, as well as the killing intent and the aura of death that the red figure brought. The Qing Feng sword drinks blood. The cold voice with a bloodthirsty aura sounded like a voice from hell. At the same time, the great emperor of Dong Yao's sword slashed down at the place where Feng Jiu was originally standing. At the same time, a huge palm print also fell at that moment, creating loud bangs. Swoosh! Bang, bang, bang. Swoosh! Chapter 51:34. The sword Qi landed on the ground and sliced it open like tofu. With a loud bang, a crack as wide as a person appeared on the ground. Dust flew up and filled the air. At the same time, an unwilling and horrified scream was heard. Amidst the dust, a great emperor who was standing in the air widened his eyes in shock and horror. His body stiffened as blood seeped out from his forehead. Not far behind him, Feng Jiu was holding the green-tipped sword with the blade pointed downwards. She was in a slashing posture. At that moment, as she raised the sword in her hand, the body of the great emperor, who had been standing stiffly in mid-air, suddenly exploded. Bang! Surging sword Qi burst out from his body and sliced him into pieces. At that moment, as the sword Qi burst out, flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. Dead, dead. The great emperor of Dong Yao and the other great emperor widened their eyes in disbelief. A great emperor was killed with a single slash? Did they see wrongly? The scene in front of them was bloody and tragic. Just like that, it exploded in front of them. Some of the flesh and blood splattered on their faces along with the airflow. They felt as if the flesh and blood that splattered on their faces were burned by flames. The scorching heat made them panic. Why? Why was it so easy for Feng Jiu to kill a great emperor, like she was cutting a piece of tofu? A great emperor who had an unparalleled lifespan and was powerful enough to shock countless sovereigns was killed with a single slash? They had heard many rumors about Feng Jiu's terror. They had also heard many rumors about her, especially about the death of the great emperor of Beiyan. At that time, they even wondered if the great emperor of Beiyan's combat strength had weakened. Otherwise, how could he not be able to defeat Feng Jiu, who had just ascended? However, at this moment, when they faced Feng Jiu personally, they realized how terrifying Feng Jiu was. At this moment, they didn't know and didn't see that when Feng Jiu killed the great emperor with a single slash, almost all the experts felt it. Due to the great emperor's death, the land he controlled shook violently. The sovereigns and great emperors from other regions were shocked by the disappearance of the divine souls scattered across the land. Why did another great emperor die all of a sudden? On Feng Jiu's deity island, the Qing Feng sword in Feng Jiu's hand was dripping with blood. At the tip of the sword, a drop of blood was condensed and didn't fall to the ground for a long time. She stood in the wind in her red clothes and exuded a powerful aura. She stared coldly at the two great emperors and spoke unhurriedly. Who's next? The two great emperors calmed themselves down and pursed their lips. They stared at her with a serious expression. The two of them suppressed their fluctuating emotions and didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, they used 100% of their combat strength to deal with Feng Jiu. The next one to die will definitely be you, Feng Jiu. A sinister voice filled with murderous intent sounded. Two figures charged towards Feng Jiu with monstrous aura and terrifying killing intent. Chapter 51:35. As he muttered to himself, the sky in the distance suddenly darkened, as if something was shaking. He sat on a mountain peak and looked at the shaking sky in the distance. His heart skipped a beat. It seemed that more than one great emperor had died today. He wondered how many would die by the end of this battle. On the Shao family's island, Roaring Sky Grand Emperor felt the turbulence and the fall of a Grand Emperor. He couldn't help but come out of seclusion in advance. He stood at the top of the mountain and looked into the distance. They were all great emperors from the upper immortal world. Even though the battle between the great emperors was taking place in different regions, they could still sense it with their powerful divine souls. The death of a great emperor was no small matter. It was also extremely rare. After all, there were countless sovereigns in the upper immortal realm, but there were only a dozen or so great emperors. These great emperors had a long lifespan and powerful strength since the day they ascended. As long as they were not killed, they would live as long as the heavens and earth and enjoy the worship of thousands of generations. Moreover, even though there were differences in strength between great emperors, no one would kill another great emperor. Therefore, the death of a great emperor was an extremely shocking matter in the upper immortal world. Could it be that Empress Phoenix Master again? Roaring Sky Emperor stroked his beard, his heart skipping a beat. Speaking of which, nothing major had happened in the upper immortal world for thousands of years, let alone the death of a great emperor. However, ever since Empress Phoenix Master ascended, the upper immortal world seemed to be filled with a murderous aura. The death of Great Emperor Bei Yin had alarmed many great emperors who had been living in seclusion. The person who killed them was none other than Fengjiu, who had just ascended. Now that another great emperor had died, it seemed to be Fengjiu's doing. Even though she had never met or fought with him, she knew from the great emperor she had killed that this person's strength was unfathomable. He was so powerful that it was terrifying. He stroked his beard and stared at the sky in deep thought. He muttered, "I heard that Empress Fengjiu has a pair of twins. If we can become in-laws with such a powerful great emperor, it will only be good for our Shao family." Thinking of this, he prepared to return to the palace and ask around to find out how old Fengjiu's twins were. Unexpectedly, before he could leave, he saw another wave of turbulence in the sky. His eyes narrowed, and even someone as calm as him couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air at this moment. There are 3 great emperors today. 3 great emperors died. Great emperors who died at Fengjiu's hands. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the sky in the distance. Everything seemed to have returned to normal after the turbulence. Even his great emperor's divine consciousness could no longer detect the aura and fluctuations of battle. "It's over," he murmured to himself. 3 great emperors, plus the Northern Flame great emperor from a few years ago. That's a total of 4 great emperors. Rumor has it that when Fengjiu ascended, there were 4 great emperors who tried to stop her and kill her. Could it be that the ones who died today are the remaining 3? For a moment, his mind was spinning rapidly, and the idea of marrying Fengjiu became stronger and stronger. He could only befriend such an expert, not make him an enemy. Chapter 51:36. At the same time, on Fengjiu's island, a red-robed Fengjiu stood against the wind. She watched as Great Emperor Dong Yao was reduced to ashes in the raging flames and dissipated from the world. Her cool eyes swept across the chaotic aftermath of the battle, as well as the ground that had been split open. Thus, she put away the azure-edged sword in her hand and condensed a pure spiritual aura in her hands. With a clear shout, she scattered the spiritual aura in her hands to the surroundings. The ground that had been split open by the sword chi rumbled as it mended and returned to its original state. The trees and pavilions that had been chopped down were also being repaired by her immortal power. In the air, the 3 great emperors' auras disappeared without a trace, and the celestial scene formed by Fengjiu's celestial power reappeared as if the previous battle had never happened. Du Fan and the others' eyes lit up when they saw this. They knew that this was the ability of a great emperor after ascending. As for them, although they were talented, it was unlikely that they'd ascend to become a great emperor like their mistress. Huilang looked at her with admiration and exclaimed excitedly, "You killed 3 great emperors in a row. You're truly my mistress." "Mistress has always been very powerful," Leng Hua said warmly. "She's even more powerful after ascending." Du Fan smiled. "She killed 3 great emperors in a row. Looks like we came at the right time. It's a pity that Qi Kong and the others didn't get to see this battle," Ying Yi said. He felt that it was all thanks to his mistress that he was able to come here with his mistress. "Leng Shuang, I missed you so much." Seeing that the crisis had been averted, Lao Bai pounced on Leng Shuang. When Leng Shuang saw it approaching, she raised her hand to cover her face, only to see White licking her palm. She could not help but reveal a helpless expression. "White, be serious. I've always been very serious. You can ask them if you don't believe me." Lao Bai turned to look at Tun Yun and the others. Tun Yun and the other contracted beasts looked away speechlessly. Song Mi Tai Song, and Yun Yang saw that their contracted beasts were familiar with them and couldn't help but walk forward. Feng Jiu descended from the sky. Seeing that the surroundings had returned to normal, he slowly walked toward them. Introduce yourselves. All right, I'll go first. Du Fan smiled and waved his fan. I'm Du Fan. You must be Song Mi, Tai Song, and Yun Yang. I've heard my mistress mention you three. We'll be companions from now on. Hearing that he could name the three of them, the three of them were slightly surprised. Then they saw the three of them reporting their names one after another. I'm Lung Hua. Lung Shuang. My name is Grey Wolf. Your mistress is my mistress. Grey Wolf grinned. Ing. Du Fan smiled and looked at them. There are two more people in the forest. One is Feng Yi, the other is Zhao Yang. You'll probably see them later. Tai Song, this is my wife Yun Yang. Tai Song cupped his hands. I'm Song Mi. I didn't expect my mistress to mention us. I've also heard her mention you three. She said that you're the most capable people around her. Song Mi, said with a smile. Now that you're here, it'll be lively. Let's go. We'll talk in the hall. Feng Jiu walked inside and motioned for them to follow. Chapter 51:37. Compared to the tranquility of the immortal island, after the great emperors of the three territories were killed, the territories under their control were plunged into panic and chaos. They were worried that they would be affected. They wondered when the Empress and the Phoenix Master would take charge of their territories. At the same time, some of the great emperors fell into silence and deep thought. Even the great emperors who had lived in seclusion began to have ideas. While Feng Jiu and the others were discussing the next step in the palace, Feng Yi and Zhao Yang were running around in the forest, being chased by ferocious beasts. Why are there divine beasts again? Why are there so many ferocious beasts of the divine beast level here? Moreover, there are so many of them surrounding us. They're trying to kill us. As he ran, he shouted. Every time he looked back and saw the ferocious beast following behind him, his already tired body would burst out with latent energy. He knew that if they were caught, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. Zhao Yang was not in a better state. His robe was torn, and there were a few bloodstains on his body. They didn't expect these ferocious beasts to be so cruel. Moreover, it was a group of divine beasts that chased after them. With their strength, they naturally couldn't deal with a group of ferocious beasts. At this moment, they finally understood why the young mistress had thrown them into the forest to train. In the palace, Feng Jiu was making arrangements for Du Fan and the others. Today, we killed 3 great emperors. The territories under their control will be ruled and recovered by us. You guys will be in charge of taking over and guarding the 3 territories. Feng Jiu looked at them and said, Hui Lang and Ing Yi will go to the territory of the sovereign of East Glory. Du Fan and Lung Hua will take over the remaining 2 territories. You guys are new here and not familiar with the situation. I will call some sovereigns over for you to dispatch. When they heard this, they looked at each other and stood up in unison. Yes, give me your communication jades, Feng Jiu said. They immediately took out communication jades from the space and handed them to her. After receiving them, she brushed her hand over the communication jades and handed them back to them. I'll leave everything to you. If there's anything you can't solve, just send me a message. Okay, they replied and took back their communication jades. Take these 3 great emperor seals. Feng Jiu handed the great emperor seal that he had obtained from Dong Yao, great emperor, and the others to the 3 of them. As the 3 great emperors were already dead, the name on the great emperor seal was the name of Feng Jiu's Empress Phoenix Master. When Tai Song, Yun Yang, and Song Mi saw this scene, they did not say anything. However, they were slightly surprised in their hearts. They did not expect their master to hand over such an important task to them. Moreover, he even called over the sovereigns to listen to their orders. They did not need to inform their master of their decisions. With such trust and authority, they could see that their master held a much higher position in their master's heart. Originally, they thought that since they were all the people around their master, it should be the same. However, at this moment, the three of them clearly realized that even if they were all the people around their master, their ranks should be higher than theirs. "Don't worry, master. We know what to do," Du Fan and Lung Hua replied. Chapter 51:38. The next morning, the 12 sovereigns came to the deity island under Fengjiu's orders. In the main hall, the Phoenix Master sat on the main seat with Long Shuang standing beside her. Du Fan, Lung Hua, and Huilang Ying Yi were all seated. After the 12 sovereigns entered, they glanced at the people in the main hall and went forward to kneel before Fengjiu. "Greetings, Phoenix Master," the 12 of them said in unison. The news of Fengjiu killing 3 great emperors in one day had spread, and they all knew about it. They respected her from the bottom of their hearts. "Rise," Fengjiu said slowly. After taking a sip of tea, she looked at the 12 of them and said unhurriedly, "I believe all of you have received the news of the deaths of the 3 great emperors of Dongyao." "Yes, we received the news yesterday. The news is already spread outside," one of them said. I called all of you here today because of this." She used the teacup to scrape the tea and took another sip. Then, she put down the teacup in her hand and looked at them. "Please give us your orders, Phoenix Master." "We will follow your orders," the 12 of them said hurriedly. They guessed in their hearts. Could it be that she wanted them to take charge of the 3 territories? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel excited. Now that the great emperors of the 3 territories have fallen, there will be chaos. Some people will take advantage of the chaos and cause trouble. Today, I called all of you here to instruct you. The 12 of you will form groups of 4 and follow the others. Assist them and follow their orders. As she spoke, Fengjiu looked at Du Fan and the others who were seated below. At this moment, Du Fan smiled and fanned his chest gently with the fan in his hand. He looked at them and said, "My name is Du Fan. You can call me Young Master Du." As he spoke, he walked in front of the 12 of them and asked, "Which 4 of you want to follow me?" Hearing these words, the 12 people couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at the people in front of them with some astonishment. In their opinion, the strength of these people couldn't be considered strong. In fact, some of them were even weaker than them. But to make them listen to their orders? Did they hear wrongly? No one volunteered? Du Fan smiled, as if he was not surprised. He glanced at them and said to Fengjiu, "Master, since they have no one to choose, then I will decide. I want the first 4. Fengjiu looked at him with a smile and nodded lightly. Yes, those who were too weak were not allowed to take over those territories. The 12 sovereigns who were considered to be above average among the sovereigns were naturally subservient to the strong. Although she had given the order, Du Fan and the others would probably have to put in a lot of effort to mobilize them. However, the people she had groomed were still capable of this. Hence, she was not worried that they would not be able to subdue these sovereigns. In response, the 4 of them responded expressionlessly. They glanced at Du Fan and stood to the side. "I am Lung Hua." Lung Hua walked forward and said to the 4 of them, "The 4 of you will be under me." Huilang and Ying Yi looked at each other. Huilang grinned and said, "Then the remaining 4 belong to us? That's good. We have no choice." As he spoke, he said to them, "I am Huilang. This is Ying Yi. You don't have to call us young master or master. You can call us left and right protectors." Chapter 51:39. Let's go. I'll send you on your way. Fengjiu gestured for them to leave immediately. Yes. Everyone cupped their hands in acknowledgement and walked out. Fengjiu followed them outside. With a wave of his hand, a whirlpool appeared and sent them to their respective destinations. Only then did he remove the whirlpool. With her abilities as a fairy realm powerhouse, she could travel to any place in the upper fairy realm in the shortest amount of time possible. If it were a sovereign realm powerhouse, even if they used a teleportation formation and their flying speed, it would still take them a lot of time. "Master, what do I need to do?" Lung Shuang stood beside her and asked. Fengjiu smiled and looked at her. "You just need to stay by my side. I haven't dealt with any affairs for a few years. I need to see if anything has happened in these few years. As for the next step, we'll just have to wait for Mose to ascend." Now that the 3 potential threats had been eliminated, she only needed to keep an eye on Mose's ascension and prevent anyone from plotting against him. As for the 3 territories, Du Fan and the others would take care of them. This saved her a lot of trouble. Go and tell me to make some food and send it to the study. Feng Jiu patted Lung Shuang's shoulder and left first. Okay, Lung Shuang replied and headed towards the kitchen. As for Tai Song and Yun Yang, Tai Song's specialty was being a weapon refiner. Therefore, he could not get involved in these matters. He could only focus on forging weapons at the back of the mountain. He knew that the reason why his master had saved them and brought them here was so that he could refine good weapons. And this was his only strong point. 3 days later, on a floating fairy island, Lung Hua was handling affairs in the palace. This used to be the fairy island of one of the great emperors. With the fall of the great emperor, the spiritual energy of this place had gradually dissipated. Ever since he came here, he had used the phoenix seal given to him by Master to restore the spiritual energy of this place. In the main hall of the palace, there were tables with various issues that needed to be dealt with. After flipping through the last document, he called out Elder He. Elder He was one of the 4 sovereigns who followed him. At this moment, he was playing chess with another sovereign in a pavilion not far from the palace. Young Master Lung is calling for you. After putting down a chess piece, Elder He spoke to the sovereign opposite him. Elder He's face darkened when he heard this, but he held the chess piece and was thinking about how to make his next move. He pretended not to hear him. Lung Hua slowly walked out of the palace. When he saw the two of them playing chess, his eyes flashed, and he asked warmly, Old He, have you done what I asked you to do? Isn't it just passing orders to the sovereigns in the territory? I'll go after I finish this game, he said without raising his head. He held the chess piece in his hand and stared at the chessboard. His voice was filled with impatience. Lung Hua had always been gentle and elegant. He spoke gently and had a gentle smile on his face all year round. He gave people the impression that he was like a stream. The flowing water was thin, gentle, and calm. It was not like the turbulent sea, nor was it like a waterfall flowing down from a high place. There was not a trace of sharpness in his entire person. He was like a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. Chapter 5140. Hearing his words, a smile appeared on Lung Hua's face, but his eyes were filled with coldness. He looked at him and said warmly, Is this how Elder He listens to me? Or are you disobeying my master's orders? Elder He's body stiffened, but he was furious. Who dared to disobey the Empress and the Phoenix Master's orders? However, this person was just a subordinate of the Phoenix Master. Did he expect him, a dignified monarch, to obey his orders and submit to him? Umph. Young Master Lung, you're so arrogant. You're using the Phoenix Master to suppress me? As he spoke, he placed the chess piece in his hand heavily on the chessboard. The iced jade-like chess piece collided with the chessboard, producing a crisp sound. At the same time, his monarch aura also attacked Lung Hua, intending to intimidate him. Bang! At the moment when his pressure came, Lung Hua held the primordial umbrella in one hand and stabbed the tip of the umbrella into the ground. A powerful aura shot out from the umbrella in his hand. It was as sharp as a blade and could suck one's soul. Hiss! Almost at the same time, the two monarchs narrowed their eyes and stood up abruptly. The primordial chaos umbrella. Elder He, do you want to fight me? Lung Hua's voice was still calm. How would Elder He dare to fight him? He wasn't afraid of his strength, but of Feng Jiu behind him. He was one of Feng Jiu's men. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he didn't dare to fight him. If he did, the Phoenix Master would find out that he was the one who would be punished. He stared at the treasure umbrella in his hand, and his hands under his sleeves were tightly clenched into fists. It was such a waste for such an ancient treasure umbrella to be owned by such a person. How could he be worthy of using this primeval chaos umbrella? However, this person was one of the Phoenix Master's men. Even if he was dissatisfied and wanted to teach him a lesson, he didn't dare. What kind of person was Lung Hua? To outsiders, he was only known as Feng Jiu's trusted aide. Internally, he was in charge of internal affairs. To put it simply, he was Feng Jiu's butler. He had seen so many different kinds of people. He naturally saw the dissatisfaction, unwillingness in Old He's eyes. In addition to Elder He, the monarch next to him, as well as the cultivators who had just been subdued not long ago, were all paying attention to the situation here. He knew that if he didn't show them his ability today, it would be difficult for him to command them in the future. Not only would he lose face, but he would also lose face for his master. He would fail to live up to his master's trust in him. It had only been a few days since he had taken over, but he knew that this was the opportunity he had been waiting for to make an example out of them. Thus, he restrained the gentle smile on his face and said indifferently, "It seems that I need to let you understand what it means to command a mountain." As soon as his voice fell, he raised the primeval umbrella in his hand, and his figure rushed forward like a gust of wind. The primeval umbrella spun in his hand, and a powerful airflow was released. It was cold and sharp and carried a terrifying aura as it headed straight for Old He. When Elder He saw that he was the one who made the first move, joy flashed through his eyes. Since he was the one who made the first move, then he wouldn't be polite. Even if the Phoenix Master pursued the matter, he could say that he was protecting himself. Chapter 5141. Seeing Lung Hua's attack, he did not dodge. Instead, he met it head-on. The spiritual energy gathered in his palm exuded a powerful pressure and aura, forming a vortex in front of him. It transformed into a ferocious tiger head that roared angrily and pounced towards Lung Hua with its mouth wide open. Whoosh! The powerful airflow was accompanied by a monarch's pressure and aura. At this moment, the spiritual energy was so powerful that it caused the air to emit a sharp whistling sound. It was as if a tiger's roar could be faintly heard. Roar! A battle between powerhouses usually ended in a single move. Seeing the two of them fighting, the monarch on the side wanted to step forward and stop them. He was afraid that Old He would seriously injure Lung Hua. After all, one had to look at the master before beating a dog. If he really hurt Lung Hua, it would be difficult to explain to the Phoenix Master. However, if he wanted to step forward, pause for a moment. His eyes flashed. Not only did he not step forward, but he also quietly retreated, avoiding the battle between the two. He thought that if Lung Hua was seriously injured, it would be a good thing for them. Perhaps the Phoenix Master would hand over this place to them. Due to this selfishness, he did not step forward to stop them. He even had some expectations in his heart. In his opinion, Lung Hua was no match for Old He because Lung Hua was weaker than them. He wasn't a monarch-level cultivator. The difference between a monarch-level cultivator and a monarch-level cultivator was like heaven and earth. Therefore, Lung Hua was no match for Old He. Just as he was secretly calculating in his heart, he could not help but widen his eyes when he saw the next scene. When the spiritual energy on Lung Hua's body surged, a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram formed around him. Compared to Old He's powerful and turbulent aura, his aura was extremely gentle. The tip of Lung Hua's chaos essence umbrella pointed directly at the tiger head pouncing towards him. As the two auras collided, an unexpected scene happened. Bang! Whoosh! The chaos essence umbrella in Lung Hua's hand pierced through the tiger head formed by the powerful spiritual aura. As the tiger head was pierced, the airflow fiercely shot towards Lung Hua. Just when he thought that Lung Hua would be sent flying, he saw that the spirit chi flow that shot towards him was absorbed by the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram formed around him. At that moment, Lung Hua let out a low roar. The immemorial umbrella in his hand was like a sharp sword. It flew out from his hand with a swoosh and pierced into Old He's shoulder at a speed that was too fast for anyone to react. Hiss! Old He screamed in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. When the airflow was broken, he quickly condensed the airflow diagram again to block the attack. However, the aura was unstoppable. He could only watch as the sharp tip of the chaos essence umbrella pierced his body. A powerful force came along with the chaos essence umbrella that pierced into his body. When it pierced into his shoulder, the powerful force did not stop. Instead, it sent him flying. His entire body was nailed to a rockery dozens of meters away by the chaos essence umbrella. Ah! He let out a muffled groan as blood overflowed from his mouth. Intense pain assaulted him, causing his face to instantly turn deathly pale. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans seeped out from his forehead and dripped down. He only felt a surge of air in his chest as a mouthful of blood violently spurted out from his throat. Chapter 51:42. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his entire body seemed to wither. However, compared to his injuries, what shocked him even more was how a person who wasn't even a monarch could defeat him. This was impossible. This shouldn't have happened. However, this was the truth. He, a monarch, had actually been defeated, and he had been defeated in one move. He wasn't the only one who was shocked and in disbelief. There was also the monarch who hadn't stopped them from fighting, the cultivators who were watching from afar, and the two monarchs who had just returned from their errands. As they watched this scene, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. As for Lung Hua, the surging spiritual aura on his body gradually retracted. The Taiji yin-yang diagram formed by a spiritual aura also dissipated as if it had never appeared. The aura on his body was still as gentle as usual, and it wasn't as fierce as it was when he attacked just a moment ago. He placed one hand in front of him and the other behind his back. He wore a crescent moon robe and quietly watched the monarch who was nailed to the fake mountain by the chaos essence umbrella dozens of meters away. He watched as the bright red blood seeped out of his wound and dyed his clothes red. Although this injury wasn't fatal to the heart, it was at the shoulder where the fist was above the heart. In addition, the wound wasn't small and was the size of the chaos essence umbrella. Therefore, this injury could be said to be not light. Lung Hua looked at him and said indifferently, "This is just a lesson. If there's a next time, I'll take your life." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand. The chaos essence umbrella that had pierced through his shoulder and the fake mountain behind him flew out with a whoosh and returned to his hand. The chaos essence umbrella was suddenly pulled out, and Elder He, who was nailed to the fake mountain, fell down. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he hurriedly stabilized himself. However, he also swayed and leaned back against the fake mountain to stand. He pressed one hand on the wound, and blood seeped out of his palm. He looked at Lung Hua dozens of meters away. At this moment, the sweat on his back was cold, and a tremor ran from the soles of his feet to his heart. This fear and shock made him realize that there were no weak soldiers under the Phoenix Master's command. Yes, he finally lowered his head in Lung Hua's direction and responded. Lung Hua glanced at him, then swept his gaze across the crowd. His voice was indifferent as he said, "Remember, an order must be given. Anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot." His indifferent voice went from soft to deep. Especially when he said that he had killed 4 people on the spot, it carried a murderous aura that made people tremble in fear. Everyone's heart trembled as they involuntarily replied, respectfully, "Yes." It was also at this moment that 2 rays of light flashed out of Lung Hua's space and landed beside him. Only then did everyone see clearly that they were 2 cloud-devouring beasts. Moreover, these 2 cloud-swallowing beasts were the Phoenix Master's contracted beasts. The Phoenix Master's contracted beast was by Lung Hua's side. What did this mean? It went without saying. When Oldie saw the 2 cloud-swallowing beasts, his face turned ashen and fear appeared in his eyes. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless regret. Why did he have to take the initiative to provoke Lung Hua? What were you waiting for? Lung Hua frowned. Chapter 51:43. For a monarch-rank powerhouse, even if this injury was serious, it wasn't fatal. Especially at this moment, he didn't dare to say that he would bandage his wound and recuperate. He could only quickly carry out his mission and find time to bandage his wound. "Elder Liu, give me the statistics on the island before sunset." Lung Hua looked at the monarch beside him. Yes. I'll go take a look now and ask them to speed up." The monarch said, bowed, and hurriedly left. At this moment, the 2 monarchs who had just returned looked at each other, then walked forward and cupped their hands. "Young Master Lung, we've done what you asked us to do. There are still some things we want to tell you in detail. Come to the hall," Lung Hua said, then turned and walked back. Seeing this, the 2 followed him in. At this moment, they couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, when he asked them to carry out the mission, they did as they were told and didn't cause any trouble. Otherwise, they might end up worse than Elder He. Seeing them enter the hall, the few cultivators who left with them exhaled softly and said in a low voice, "I couldn't tell. This young Master Lung has been busy dealing with matters these few days. He looks gentle and has no temper. Who would have thought that he's so strong? Even that monarch was defeated by him. Didn't they say that his strength hasn't reached the monarch rank? He hasn't reached the monarch rank, but this young Master Lung is said to be by the Phoenix Master's side? But where did he come from? Why haven't I heard of this person before? No matter where he came from, he's not someone to be trifled with. Let's stay away from him and do things according to the rules." The few of them talked as they walked away. At the previous place, the two cloud-swallowing beasts looked at each other and dispersed, planning to patrol the area. Their master had asked them to follow Lung Hua here. First, he thought that if something really happened, they could help. However, Lung Hua had only asked them to stay here for the past few days. If it didn't come out today, no one would know that they were here. When they returned, they would definitely tell their master that Lung Hua had become very powerful in the past few years, and his way of doing things was very similar to their master's. On the other side, Lung Hua gradually took over the affairs of the company, and he gradually grasped the various aspects. On the other side, Hui Lang and Ying Yi also encountered the same problem. However, other than the two of them, Feng Jiu had arranged for Fire Phoenix to follow them. In addition, Hui Lang was more direct, and his temper wasn't as good as Lung Hua's. It had only been a few days, but the four of them didn't seem to be obedient, so he directly threatened them. In the main hall, Hui Lang threw a thick stack of documents on the long table. He glared at the four people sitting in the hall and said, "Is this how you do things? If you don't want to listen to my orders, then scram. But let me tell you, once we've dealt with the matters here, the four of you can wait to get even with us." Hearing this, the four of them, who were holding their teacups, paused and looked up at Hui Lang. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Chapter 51:44. The four of them shuddered and narrowed their eyes. Their hearts were in their throats because of his words. They were sent here by the Phoenix Master. If they didn't handle this matter well, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. In fact, they might even implicate their families. Thinking of this, they finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Immediately, one of the sovereigns cupped his hands and said, "This old man is at your disposal. I will do my best to help you deal with the matters here. I only hope that you can put in a good word for me in front of the Phoenix Master. This old man will be very grateful." The three sovereigns beside him hurriedly cupped their hands and said, "We were muddle-headed earlier. Please calm down, Left Guardian. From today onwards, we will obey your orders. We won't dare to disobey." Grey Wolf's expression eased up when he saw this. He glanced at them and said, "As long as you help us deal with the matters here with all your heart, we'll naturally put in a good word for you in front of Madam. You won't miss out on your contributions." "Thank you, Left Guardian." The four of them hurriedly said, their hearts filled with gratitude. "You may leave. Deal with the matters that I've assigned to you first. If there are any problems, come back and report to me." Hui Lang waved them away. "Yes, sir," they replied and retreated. After they left, Hui Lang looked at Ying Yi and raised his chin proudly. "How was it? I told you that we shouldn't give them too much face, right? To deal with them, we have to be fiercer and more ruthless than them. Otherwise, they won't know how powerful we are." Ying Yi glanced at him and said, "These people are all sovereigns. It's normal for them to be dissatisfied. We have the Fire Phoenix here. I wonder how Du Fan and Lung Hua are doing." Lung Hua will be fine, with the two cloud-swallowing beasts following him. Besides, Lung Hua is not as weak as you think. He has been by Madam's side for so long. Haven't you seen enough of his methods?" Hui Lang said with a smile. "As for Du Fan, you don't have to worry about him. He's full of evil intentions. When it comes to playing tricks, he's the best around Madam. Besides, Madam can see that you've given us Fire Phoenix and Lung Hua, two cloud-swallowing beasts, but Du Fan has nothing. Don't you understand?" Hearing this, Ying Yi was silent and didn't speak again. After a pause, he said, "I'll go see how they are doing. If there's anything, call me." After saying that, he left first. Seeing him leave, Hui Lang thought for a moment and followed him out of the main hall. He wanted to see if the four of them had left to carry out their tasks. On the other side, on the fairy island where Du Fan was, the four sovereigns were feeling uneasy. They had wanted to give Du Fan the cold shoulder and force him to admit defeat in front of the four of them. This way, at least they would have a say in this place. However, they didn't expect that, in response to their actions, not only did he not look for them, he even made them mere figureheads. Chapter 51:45. The other three also frowned. One of them said, "I didn't think he would be so powerful." There are still some cultivators on the island who hadn't left, but now they've all been subdued by him and are under his command. The Phoenix Master told us to listen to his orders. Now that things are like this, if the Phoenix Master were to find out, would she? Things did not develop in the direction they wanted. This had practically disrupted their plans, and their hearts gradually became uneasy. Then what do you think we should do? Lower our heads to him? One of the sovereigns said with a sullen face and displeasure in his eyes, "That Du Fan? That brat only dares to do this because he's by the Phoenix Master's side. If we lower our heads today, how can we raise our heads in the future? Then what do you have in mind for the current situation?" The sovereign who spoke first asked. Hearing this, they fell silent for a while. After a while, the sovereign with displeasure in his eyes said, "Since ancient times, the strong have always been respected. We can listen to his orders, unless he's stronger than us." As he spoke, he glanced at the three of them and said, "I'll challenge him to a battle. If I win, he'll listen to our orders. When the time comes, I'll let him tell the Phoenix Master that he gave up his authority because he's not strong enough. What do you think?" He's not stupid. He knows he can't beat you. So how can he accept your challenge?" Another sovereign said and shook his head. He felt that Du Fan wouldn't agree to such an absurd request. "How would I know if I don't try? If I lose, I'll lower my head to him. What's wrong with that?" The sovereign said and stood up. He brushed his robe and walked towards the main hall. In the main hall, Du Fan had a long table placed in the middle of the hall because he had to deal with some matters. At this moment, he was dealing with some matters as he listened to the reports of a few cultivators in the middle of the hall. "Young master, this is the list of items on the island. Now, everything has been returned to its place, and people have been sent to guard it. Young master, you can go and check at any time." As he spoke, one of them walked forward and placed the list in front of Du Fan. "Sir, after releasing the news, we've received many sovereigns today. These are the invitations they sent in. They're already waiting outside the island, waiting for Sir to summon them." Another person said and handed over the list of invitations. "Sir, this is the information you asked us to collect." Another person also handed over the list of invitations before returning to his feet. Du Fan flipped through the invitation cards. There were about a dozen of them, and on them were the names of their families and origins. Therefore, after a cursory glance, he looked up some information about these visiting sovereigns. "Yes," the cultivator respectfully replied before retreating. Calm, however, before the sovereigns could arrive, the four sovereigns who had been idling on the island arrived first. The four of them entered. One of them walked in front. When he saw Du Fan in the middle of the hall, he coughed loudly. Chapter 51:46. "Sir, we were unable to stop the four sovereigns." Two cultivators who were guarding outside the hall lowered their heads and knelt down on one knee in the hall. "Go and receive your punishment. 30 whips each," Du Fan said in a low voice. "Yes." The two of them did not dare to beg for mercy. After hearing the 30 whips, they quickly retreated. This Sir had not taken over this place for long, but his methods and abilities had made everyone on the island revere him. He had always been a man of his word and dealt with matters with lightning speed. He was even more strict in enforcing the law. Because of this, in just a few days, no one on the island dared to be disloyal. Seeing this, the eyes of the four sovereigns flashed. No one knew what they were thinking. "What's the matter?" Du Fan's voice softened. He put down the documents in his hands and leaned back. He picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. As for the four sovereigns, they were not the only ones who did not understand why Du Fan ignored them and did not cause them any trouble. Even the two cultivators who were guarding Du Fan were puzzled. From the way he handled things and his ability, he should not be afraid of these four people. However, from the first day, when he sent someone to summon them over, not a single one of them showed up. Since then, he had treated the four sovereigns as if they were invisible air. No one knew what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. Sir Dew, although we were summoned by the Phoenix Master to await your orders, from our point of view, with Sir Dew's age and experience, you are not qualified to lead us four sovereigns. So, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Du Fan. I'm really sorry. You came at the wrong time. I still have guests to meet today. I don't have time to listen to you. As Du Fan spoke, he looked at the four of them and smiled. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. Hearing this, the four of them were stunned. They did not expect him to say such a thing. They had already come all the way here and had even spoken their minds. Could it be that he wouldn't fly into a rage out of humiliation? Or would he fly into a rage and slam the table? Why would he ask them to go back with a smile and a gentle voice? For a moment, looking at the smile on his face, their hearts couldn't help but sink. They had a faint premonition, as well as an inexplicable panic. Du Gongziwi. Just as Zhang Xian was about to speak, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he saw a dozen or so sovereigns walking over. The four of you can go back first. As you can see, I have a guest to see. Du Fan smiled and put down the teacup, fanning himself with the fan in his hand. Send the four of you back, Du Fan said leisurely to the two cultivators beside him. Yes. The two cultivators respectfully replied. They stepped forward and gestured to the four people. Please. When they saw this, the four of them looked at each other, pursed their lips, and turned around to leave. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. This Du Fan had always been gentle and kind to them. Even if they wanted to use the mobile fury, there was nothing they could do. Moreover, there were more than a dozen sovereigns present. They could not afford to cause trouble in front of these sovereigns. Hence, they could only return to discuss this matter. Chapter 51:47. At this moment, the cultivator who led the crowd and said, Everyone, please wait for a moment. I will go in and report. Then, he went into the main hall to report. Master, the sovereigns have arrived. They are waiting outside the main hall. The cultivator cupped his hands and bowed. Let them in, Du Fan said, as he covered up some documents on the long table. Yes, the cultivator replied, and went out to invite the sovereigns in. Then, he retreated and waited outside the main hall. More than 10 sovereigns came in and saw a man holding a fan sitting in the middle of the hall. They looked at him secretly and then looked away. They cupped their hands and said, Greetings, Master Du. Everyone, please take a seat. Du Fan gestured for them to sit down. Looking at them, he casually fanned himself with the fan in his hand as he said unhurriedly, I'm sure all of you have heard of my master's great name. When the sovereigns heard this, they said, The Empress Phoenix Master's name is well known. Although we have never seen the Empress Phoenix's face, we have always admired her. Hearing this, Du Fan laughed and said, Everyone is smart. I have always liked to deal with smart people. He smiled and stood up. He closed the fan in his hand and patted it gently as he walked into the main hall. You may not be familiar with me, so allow me to introduce myself. He walked leisurely in the main hall and said, My name is Du Fan. The Empress Phoenix Master you're talking about is my master. This time, she sent me here to take over this territory and handle the affairs here. It can be said that in the future, I will be the one to decide and handle all the major matters in this territory. As he spoke, he paused and turned to look at the sovereigns. He smiled and said, It's only been a short time, so you probably don't know much about me. But that's fine. As time passes, I believe you will all know what kind of person I am. Hearing his words, the dozen or so people present were slightly moved. In fact, before they came here, they had heard that this Du Fan had completely taken over this place in just a few days. His methods and abilities could be said to be top-notch. They had even heard that the Empress and the Phoenix Master had summoned 4 sovereigns for him to command. These 4 sovereigns should be the 4 that they had met when they entered. However, they had also heard that these 4 sovereigns seemed to be unconvinced by Du Fan. After arriving here, they had practically ignored Du Fan's existence and did nothing. As for Du Fan, he seemed to treat the 4 of them as if they were invisible and left them hanging. This made them feel puzzled in their hearts. Since those 4 people didn't put him in their eyes, why would he let them stay on this immortal island? Instead of doing anything to them, suppressing their thoughts, they looked at the smiling Du Fan in front of them, who seemed to be easy to get along with. They faintly felt a sense of dread. How could a person who could be placed in such an important position by the Empress Fengzhou be useless? They were afraid that this person in front of them was also a ruthless person. Chapter 51:48. When the others saw this, they immediately stood up and saluted. "We will follow young Master Du's orders." "Good." Du Fan revealed a satisfied expression and gestured. "Everyone, please take a seat. It just so happens that I have something to tell all of you." Thus, in the main hall, more than 10 sovereigns listened attentively to Du Fan's instructions. After they understood the situation, they did not stay for long and left first. After they left, the 2 sovereigns beside Du Fan looked at each other and asked, "Young master, do the 4 sovereigns want to?" He gestured with his hands, but when he saw Du Fan's indifferent gaze, his heart trembled, and he could not help but lower his head and take a step back. "Do your job well. As for the others, I have my own plans." Du Fan said indifferently. "Yes." The 2 sovereigns replied and did not dare to speak again. In the 3 months after Du Fan, Lung Hua, Hui Lang, and Ing Yi took over the 3 territories, everything returned to normal and stabilized. The speed was so fast that it shocked all the powerful cultivators. In particular, in the territory under Du Fan's jurisdiction, there was a huge incident that shocked all the sovereigns. Have you heard? A man called Du Fan, who is under the command of the Phoenix Master, killed 4 sovereigns a few days ago. In a restaurant, a few sovereigns gathered together and discussed in low voices. This news spread very quickly and everyone heard about it. It is said that this man called Du Fan is a trusted subordinate of the Phoenix Master. After the Phoenix Master killed the 3 sovereigns, she sent a few people to take over the matter. In a large territory, they only took 3 months to stabilize it. Their methods and abilities are extraordinary. Another person lowered his voice and looked around. He lowered his voice again and said, "I also know that the 4 sovereigns Du Fan killed were sent to him by the Phoenix Master. However, the 4 of them were arrogant because they were sovereigns and did not take Du Fan's order seriously. At first, Du Fan did not do anything to them. However, once the territory was stabilized, he killed the 4 of them to establish his authority." When the person beside heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He said, "The Phoenix Master sent the 4 sovereigns for him to use. Why'd he dare to kill them?" "That's because the Phoenix Master gave the order that Du Fan was in charge of everything in the territory. He did not even need to report the 4 sovereigns to the Phoenix Master." Another person said, "I heard that the people who took over the 3 great emperors are all top-notch people by the Phoenix Master's side. I just don't know where they came from. I've never heard of such people before." At the same time, Hui Lang, Ing Yi, and the 8 sovereigns on the Enchanted Island where Lung Hua was staying were also frightened after hearing the news. They did not expect the 4 sovereigns to die like this. Moreover, they were killed by Du Fan alone. At this moment, they could not help but feel lucky that they were not as foolish as the 4 sovereigns. Compared to the discussions everywhere, the main character of this incident, Du Fan, had already returned to the Enchanted Island in Fengzhou to report the events of the past 3 months. "Master, this is what happened." Du Fan roughly described the events of the past 3 months, including how he killed the 4 sovereigns. Chapter 51:49. She put down a chess piece unhurriedly, then looked at Du Fan and said, "The 12 sovereigns that I called over this time were not absolutely loyal to me. I assigned them to you so that you can torture them. If they're sensible and help you do this well, they will be rewarded. If they don't obey, you can just kill them." Seeing Du Fan put down a chess piece, she also picked up a chess piece. After looking at the board, she put it down and said, "I have always trusted your ability to handle matters. I will not interfere with your decisions. Moreover, you have handled this matter very well." As she said this, she paused and looked up at him. She smiled and said, "That's enough. Go and rest. Speaking of which, you haven't had a good look at this immortal island since you came here. Go and walk around. As for Longhua and the others. I heard from the news that they sent back that they will probably be a day or two late. Yes, Du Fan replied. After bowing to her, he nodded at Emo-chan and turned to leave. Emo-chan watched him leave and smiled warmly. I didn't expect you to have a way to break the heavenly Tao's boundary and bring them up here. It wasn't easy. Fengjiu smiled and said, I studied it for a few years before I could do it. Emo-chan smiled and took a sip of tea. He put down the teacup and looked at Fengjiu, saying, You can do what others can't. That's you, Fengjiu. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, There are also things that I can't do. Look, Feng Yi and the others, I'll have to trouble you. With your current reputation and status, you can send them to any sect you want. However, since you don't want others to know about your relationship with them, I can do it. He looked at her and said, That South Luo immortal sect is closer to my place. This time, let the two of them come back with me. When the time comes, I will send them directly to that sect. Okay. She smiled and nodded, saying, I don't have to worry about Zhao Yang and the others, but I'm always worried that Feng Yu will cause trouble. Mo-Zhe should also be ascending soon. I don't have time to take care of them, so I can only trouble you. There's no need to say such things between us. As Emo-chan spoke, he looked at her and said slowly, Now that you are the ruler of the 5 great territories, you have a great reputation. The other reclusive great emperors probably don't want to be enemies with you. Once Mo-Zhe succeeds in his ascension, your family can be reunited. Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at him and saw that his eyebrows were like a painting. His white robe was spotless, and his whole body exuded an otherworldly, immortal chi. Compared to his past self, the current him seemed to be right in front of her, but was actually very far away. She said softly, Emo-chan, the years of immortality are long. I really hope that in the years to come, you can meet a woman who is truly in love with you and accompany you through your long life. Chapter 5150. Although he said so, he knew that he was destined to be alone for the rest of his life. Because in this world, except for Fengjiu, there was no one else who could move his heart. Hearing his words, Fengjiu couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. She had happiness, and she also hoped that he could have the same happiness as her. She believed that such an outstanding and good person like him would definitely meet his own happiness in the future. 2 days later, Lung Hua, Hui Lang, and Yi came back after arranging things there. In the hall, they reported to Fengjiu what had happened in the past 3 months. Now everything is on track. Everything is stabilized. When I left, I also arranged for people to guard the Enchanted Island. It can be said that there are no major issues. Lung Hua said, looking at his master who was sitting on the main seat. Madam, it's the same on our side. Everything has been settled. It doesn't matter if no one watches over there in the future. As long as we have time, we can go there and take a look occasionally. Hui Lang also said, this time they brought back all their contracted beasts. As soon as they came back, the 2 cloud-swallowing beasts and the fire phoenix wandered around the Enchanted Island. Compared to the other 2 Enchanted Islands, they probably liked this one more. Well done. Now that you're back, have a good rest. I've already asked Mia to make some delicious food for you. She comes from the family of the god of cookery and is very good at cooking. If you want to eat anything in the future, ask her to make it for you. Fengjiu said with a smile. Okay. The 3 of them responded. They looked at each other and smiled. Ajio, a voice came. Several people in the hall saw Feng Yi in a purple robe running in from outside, followed by Zhao Yang. Seeing him, Fengjiu leaned back and looked at him leisurely, asking what's wrong. Feng Yi glanced at Lung Hua and the other 2. He ran forward and came to Fengjiu. He reached out and hugged her arm, saying, Okay, Ajio, let us play for a while more. You saw that we were trapped in the forest as soon as we came here. We just came out, and you want us to go to the Enchanted Gate again. After we enter the Enchanted Gate, we can't go out to play. Ajio, let us wait for a while more. A year, how about a year? Let us go out and travel by ourselves. A year later, we will go to the Enchanted Gate, okay? Fengjiu was hugged by him with one hand, and her body was swayed by him like a spoiled child. She rolled her eyes speechlessly and said, Feng Yi, watch your image. You're not a child anymore. Image can't be eaten. Besides, I'm still a child. he said faintly, and looked at her with an aggrieved expression. Seeing the scene in front of them, Lung Hua and the other two looked at each other. They smiled and bowed first, saying, "Master will leave first." "Okay," Feng Jiu responded. After watching them leave, she reached out and flicked Feng Yi away from her arm. She watched him fall into the hall. She stood up and said, "You see, you're so weak now. Do you think you have the ability to travel outside with your strength?" Chapter 51:51. Looking at Feng Yi, who had his head lowered, she sighed softly and said, "It's not that I want to discourage you, but you are grandfather's son. Since you were young, everyone in the Feng family has cherished and protected you. But because of this, you have experienced many things since you were young. When you were young, you encountered a disaster and left home to cultivate in the mountains. You have not had an easy journey. I know this, but I hope that you can do better. You can become stronger, so strong that you will not encounter the dangers that you encountered when you were young." Hearing her words, Feng Yi lowered his head guiltily. He knew that he was being willful. He stood up and looked at Feng Jiu, saying, "Ah Jiu, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. You're doing this for my own good, I know. I shouldn't have been so willful. I will listen to you and go to the immortal sect." Feng Jiu said, "It's fine as long as you know that I'm doing this for your own good. I specially asked Mo-chan to take the two of you to the South Net Immortal Sect. It's the #1 sect in the immortal dimension, and countless cultivators would fight to the death to enter it. Both of you have to cultivate properly once you arrive there. You have to know that it isn't just the two of you who have to cultivate in the sect. Even Hauer, Chener, and Yer will be cultivating by their master's side." "I understand." Feng Yi nodded and said, "There's one more thing." She looked at Feng Yi and Zhao Yang and said, "After leaving this immortal island, you must not mention your relationship with me to anyone." "Yes, we understand." The two of them replied. "Okay, go back and prepare. Tomorrow, you will set off with Mo-chan." She patted their shoulders and said, "Okay." The two of them replied and walked out. Lang Shuang walked out from the side and looked at the two people who were leaving. He said, "Only Master has a way. However, Master, do we need someone to protect them secretly when they go to the Gate of Immortality?" Feng Jiu shook his head helplessly and said, "Feng Yi is at the age when he is rebellious. Fortunately, as long as we talk to him nicely, he will listen. As for the immortal sect, Mo-chan will send them in. Generally speaking, there is no need to worry. Furthermore, the rules of the South Luo immortal sect are very strict. Killing each other will not happen in the sect. By the way, where's Mo-chan?" Feng Jiu asked. "He's admiring the scenery at the Rainbow Bridge," Lang Shuang said. "And ask me to cook a few dishes to go with the wine. Send them to the peach blossom tree later." Feng Jiu instructed as he walked out. Seeing that she had left, Lang Shuang also walked towards the kitchen. After instructing me, he went to check on Lung Hua first. The next morning, Feng Jiu sent Mo-chan, Feng Yi, and Zhao Yang out of the immortal island. Looking at Feng Yi and Zhao Yang, Feng Jiu reminded them again, "Keep the medicine that I gave you well in case you need it. When you reach the Gate of Immortality, focus on your cultivation. When I have time, I will visit you." "Okay, we will cultivate well." The two of them replied. "Don't worry. I will tell the immortal elder of the South Luo immortal sect to keep an eye on them." Mo-chan said gently, indicating that she did not need to worry. "Okay, when Mo-ze ascends, we will find time to visit you. We will have a good gathering." Feng Jiu looked at him and said, "I will wait for you," Mo-chan said with a smile. After saying goodbye, he left with the two of them. Chapter 51:52. To Xin Yuan Mose, who was in the lower immortal world, 3 months of time was like the sand between his fingers, and it passed by in the blink of an eye. When he woke up, he could feel the power accumulating in his body, as if waiting for the right moment to break through the final barrier. He was preparing to ascend and return to the heavenly realm. He was the master of this realm, and now that he was about to ascend, he naturally wanted to do it here. He sat cross-legged at the peak of the mountain, and the aura around him surged. About 100 meters away from him, Chi Kong and the others were standing guard. Although the Yama Lord's ascension this time shouldn't be a big problem, they were still worried. They put down what they were doing and came here to guard the Yama Lord's final test. They believed that with the Yama Lord's strength, his ascension this time would be smooth. The wind and clouds in the sky surged, and a thundercloud appeared in the sky above Xianyuan Mo's. It seemed to cover an area of over 100 kilometers and blocked out the light. Because of this, the light in sight dimmed. Rumbled, the muffled sound of thunder rang out in the clouds, one after another, as if it was brewing a powerful force, until the first bolt of lightning flashed, and the heavenly thunder struck down from the clouds with a rumble, striking Xianyuan Mo's body below. Crack! Rumble! There was a loud rumble, and the sky seemed to light up with the first bolt of lightning. However, after the heavenly thunder struck down, the sky darkened again. A powerful airflow surged on Xianyuan Mo's body, and the spiritual aura around him crazily surged into his body. The moment the heavenly thunder sounded, Fengjiu in the upper immortal realm waved his hand, and a floating mirror appeared in the void. The mirror showed the scene of Xianyuan Mo's undergoing the heavenly thunder. Seeing him sitting there, her eyes flashed, and she became nervous. Even though she knew that he would successfully ascend, her heart would still be nervous before she saw him ascend. After all, he had failed to ascend back then. If it wasn't for Tianjizi, there would be no Xianyuan Mo's in this world. This time, I know you'll definitely succeed. Aze, I'll be waiting for you here, she softly muttered. At the same time, she released her divine sense to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the heavenly lightning to do anything to him. Behind her, Du Fan, Leng Hua, Hui Lang, and the others were also watching. Seeing that he was about to ascend again, they were excited. With the previous failure, they believed that he wouldn't take this risk if he wasn't confident. Therefore, this time he would definitely ascend. On the other side, after hearing the heavenly thunder, the Qing Emperor's eyes flickered. He waved his hand, and a floating image appeared in front of him. When he saw Xianyuan Mo's undergoing the heavenly thunder, he said in a low voice with some surprise, "I didn't expect him to try to ascend again in such a short time. I wonder how it will turn out this time." He wanted to call his 3 disciples over to watch, but when he remembered that they were still in seclusion, he gave up on the idea. If Xianyuan Mo's successfully ascended this time, he would tell them the good news. Chapter 51-53. They weren't the only ones who heard the thunder. Even some of the hidden almighties had heard it. Is this the thunder for ascension again? Who's preparing to ascend this time? Take a look and you'll know. As they spoke, another elder who was sitting at the same stone table waved his hand, and a mirror appeared in the void. It's him again. The other elder who was stroking his beard paused and looked at the person in the image in surprise. Oh, you know him? The other 2 looked at the elder. The 3 of them were all great emperors. However, they hadn't been involved in the affairs of the world for many years. It was as if they had retired from the world. However, too many things had happened in the past few years. In particular, the 3 great emperors had been killed by the Empress and the Phoenix Master a few days ago. Hence, the 3 of them had gathered to talk about this matter and the Lord of Fengjiu. However, they hadn't expected to see another expert preparing to ascend while the 3 of them were chatting. The 2 of you probably don't know. Coincidentally, I know a little about him. The elder who spoke stroked his beard and smiled. After looking at the 2 of them, he looked at the person in the image in the void and said, "This person has a great background. Putting aside his other identities, his most famous identity is the husband of Fengjiu, Xianyuan Mo's." Xianyuan Mo's? He's the husband of the Empress and the Phoenix Master? The one who spoke was a middle-aged great emperor. He looked at the person in the image and said, "Although I've never seen this person before, his name is well known. So it's him. I've heard that he's a heavenly calamity star, but he's also a heavenly fate emperor. He's destined to be a heavenly fate emperor. Now that I've seen him today, I feel that he matches the rumors." The other elder said as he looked at the black-robed man who was enduring the thunder. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. "Look, his aura seems a little different," the elder said in surprise as he looked at Xianyuan Mo's in the image. "What's with that dark aura?" The other 2 were also slightly startled, clearly not expecting to see such a scene. The aura of darkness has always been possessed by demonic cultivators. There's also the fact that they practice dark techniques, but that's something that righteous cultivators despise. Why does Xianyuan Mose have the aura of darkness on him? Could it be that he cultivates the demonic Tao? As the old man spoke, he frowned slightly and looked at the two people beside him. Since Fengjiu is an immortal cultivator, her husband can't be a devil cultivator. There must be a problem. Another person said thoughtfully, "Perhaps we'll find out the reason after he ascends. If he's a demonic cultivator, are we going to let him ascend?" An old man asked with a frown. Hearing this, the two people next to him glanced at him and asked, "What else? Do you dare to stop him?" Let's not talk about Xianyuan Mose's strength. We just finished talking about Fengjiu. She single-handedly killed 3 great emperors. With such strength, which great emperor in the immortal realm can be her match? The middle-aged great emperor took a sip of tea and said, "I'm prepared to be on good terms with Fengjiu. I don't intend to be on bad terms with her because I have no chance of winning. This time, I'm still planning to marry her." Chapter 51-54. Indeed, there's no news of her child. After all, if someone from the lower mortal realm wants to come up, they have to ascend. The middle-aged man paused, looked at them, and said, "However, before that, I received a piece of news." "What news?" The two elders asked. "Do you know the origins of the people who are now in charge of the 3 destroyed great emperor's territories?" He looked at the two elders and asked. Hearing this, the two elders looked at each other and shook their heads. How would we know where the people around Fengjiu came from? They had not asked about this for many years. If it were not for the fact that 4 great emperors had died in the past few years, they would not have gathered here to discuss this matter. "I heard that Fengjiu broke the boundary of the heavenly Tao. She can freely travel between the upper immortal realm and the lower immortal realm. The people who are now in charge of the 3 great emperors' territories were brought up by her from the lower immortal realm. They used to be her trusted subordinates." The middle-aged man said. Seeing their shocked expressions, he knew that they did not know about this matter. How? How is this possible? For so many years, no one has been able to break the boundary of the void. Even great emperors from the upper immortal realm cannot go to the lower immortal realm. If cultivators from the lower immortal realm want to come up, the only way is to ascend. Only by ascending will the heavenly road open. It has been like this for millions of years. That's true. However, Fengjiu did something that no one has been able to do for millions of years. The middle-aged great emperor looked at the two elders and said, "That's why I said that Fengjiu can only be friends, not enemies. If this is true, then it's really unbelievable." The elder next to him murmured, "But if this is true, then why did Xianyuan Mose ascend from below? Why didn't he come up directly?" When he said this, the middle-aged great emperor laughed. "Ha ha, it seems that you've become muddle-headed. Don't you know that ascending and ascending are 2 different things? If that's really the case, then Fengjiu is really too incredible." The old man muttered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "If that's the case, then her child will naturally be brought up as well. This marriage will be possible. However, how old is Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose's child? Can they be married?" Another old man asked. In his heart, he was also thinking that when he returned, he had to get someone to inquire about it properly so that he wouldn't lose the initiative. When the middle-aged man saw that both of them had the same idea, he smiled and said, "Actually, I'm telling you this because I know that it won't be easy to become in-laws with Fengjiu. Furthermore, even among the younger generation of our clan, I reckon that only 1 or 2 of the top direct descendants can compete with her and Xianyuan Mose's child." As he spoke, he smiled and glanced at the two of them. He said unhurriedly, "Moreover, as far as I know, among the descendants of the 2 of you, there's almost no one who is the same age as Feng X's child." The 2 elders looked at each other and asked, "How old is her child?" Chapter 51-55. The 2 of them were slightly startled. They thought about it and agreed that if they wanted to marry Fengjiu's daughter, the person had to be the son of the current head of their family. Only the young master of their family would have the right to mention it to Fengjiu. However, they did have a young master in their family, but he was already in his 20s. Even if they wanted to marry a 10-year-old girl, Feng Jiu and Xianyuan Mose would probably not agree. The two of them shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Looks like you've already asked around. Would you share your plans and information with us? Ha ha, of course. The middle-aged great emperor laughed heartily. He looked at the image in the sky and said, Therefore, although I don't know why Xianyuan Mose has the dark aura, I still hope that he can successfully ascend. When the time comes, we can take this opportunity to congratulate him, and at the same time, we can test their intentions and see if they have this intention. Since that's the case, let's wait here and watch him ascend. An old man said as his gaze fell on the image in the sky. Everyone was paying attention to Xianyuan Mose's ascension. Because of Feng Jiu's deterrence, no one dared to secretly attack him. As a result, he was able to withstand the tribulation of the heavenly lightning without a hitch. As the days passed, bolts of lightning struck and tempered him. On this day, when the last bolt of lightning was about to strike, everyone held their breaths. It's the last one, Luo Yu said, feeling a little excited. Yama Lord has ascended. We can finally reunite with Master and the others. Qi also said, his eyes filled with joy. Feng Jiu looked at the last bolt of lightning in the sky, her palms sweating uncontrollably. Du Fan and the others standing behind her saw that she was a little nervous and said, Master, Yama Lord will definitely ascend smoothly. Don't worry. I know. I'm just nervous, Feng Jiu said, exhaling softly. I'm even more nervous than when I ascended. Du Fan smiled and gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand. Master, why don't you think about how we should celebrate after the Yama Lord ascends? When Feng Jiu heard this, his attention shifted a little. He turned to look at them and revealed a smile. His gaze landed on Songmi, and said, When the time comes, how about we invite me, father, and a few of her brothers to make a banquet for us? Sure. What does Master want to do it? I'll send a message to my father and the others right away and have them prepare to come over. Songmi clapped her hands and said with a smile. Feng Jiu smiled, turned back to look at the image in the void, and said slowly, After he ascends, you can send the news back. Okay, Songmi replied. In her mind, she was already thinking about what kind of dishes to make. At this moment, an extremely loud bolt of lightning struck down. The sound of the thunder was so powerful that it was like a strike of thunder. It gathered all the power of the previous bolts of lightning and turned them into one final bolt, which landed heavily on Xianyuan Mose's body. Chapter 51-56. That's the ancient Black Lotus? On a certain deity island, the three great emperors looked at the blooming Black Lotus from Xianyuan Mose's chest in astonishment. Is that the Black Lotus? Didn't I hear that the Black Lotus had disappeared for many years? Why would it appear on Xianyuan Mose's body? An old man stroked his beard as he spoke, deep in thought. No wonder he has a dark aura. It's because the ancient Black Lotus is on him. But the middle-aged great emperor hesitated and looked at the two of them. He said solemnly, The ancient Black Lotus is an evil lotus. Looking at the situation, Xianyuan Mose's spiritual soul already has the imprint of the Black Lotus. If he ascends, I'm afraid he will become a demon, right? Hearing this, one of the elders didn't speak. He stroked his beard and stared at the man and the lotus in the void. No one knew what he was thinking. The other elder laughed and shook his head. He looked at the middle-aged great emperor and said, No, you're wrong. The middle-aged great emperor looked at him in confusion. Even the elder who was deep in thought looked at the elder who spoke, waiting for him to continue. The elder smiled and looked at the man and the lotus in the void. His wise eyes were filled with joy. He said unhurriedly, Since ancient times, evil and darkness have always been in people's hearts. Whether a person will become a demon or not doesn't depend on whether the Black Lotus has been imprinted on his spiritual soul. It depends on whether he has darkness in his heart, whether he has an evil side. He paused and stroked his beard. He looked at Xianyuan Mose and the Black Lotus in the image and said, Actually, people will more or less have a dark and weak side in their hearts. However, if their willpower is strong, the darkness won't be able to devour them. If their willpower isn't strong, the Black Lotus will trigger the darkest and most evil side in their hearts. Then, they will be controlled by the Black Lotus. Otherwise, they will be the ones controlling the Black Lotus. As he said this, he smiled and looked at the two of them. This is very important. The one who is in control decides everything. Moreover, he paused and said, the Black Lotus is an ancient item. It's called the Black Lotus of Destruction. When it falls into the hands of some cultivators, the dark power of the Black Lotus can make them stronger. However, it can also make them lose their conscience and eventually fall into the evil Tao. In order to make up for their own weakness and incompetence, people call the Black Lotus an evil and dark item. He took a sip of tea and continued, but in fact, it is one of the 4 lotus seeds of the chaotic green lotus. This Black Lotus doesn't have the regenerative power of the green lotus of creation, the purifying power of the red lotus of fire, or the holy power of the golden lotus of the virtuous golden lotus of virtue. It's called the Black Lotus of Destruction. It is called the Black Lotus of Destruction. It's power of the lotus's lotus. It's a Black Lotus's lotus. It's called the lotus of the Black Lotus of the lotus's lotus of the lotus of the lotus of the lotus's lotuses. Chapter 51-57. Don't rush to speak. Take a closer look at the Black Lotus and Xin Yuan Mo's. The old man gestured for him to look at the man and the lotus in the picture. I see. The other old man nodded in realization. No wonder I couldn't put my finger on it when I looked at it. The middle-aged great emperor couldn't help but ask, why don't you tell me what you know? Ha 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 ha. Seeing that he was anxious, the 2 old men laughed loudly. They stroked their beards and looked at each other. One of them said, how old are you? Why are you still so impatient? The old man smiled and said, take a closer look. Isn't Xin Yuan Mo's and the Black Lotus like one? Hearing this, the middle-aged great emperor was stunned. He looked at the picture and saw that the man and the lotus were very harmonious. It was as if there was a lotus in the man and a man in the lotus. The man and the lotus had reached the realm of one with the lotus. Why didn't I notice it just now? He said in surprise. Only then did he understand what they meant. The realm of one with the lotus. It seems that Xin Yuan Mo's has indeed become the owner of the Black Lotus of Destruction. That's right. The old man nodded. Since he is the owner, the Black Lotus's dark chi is a powerful force for him. It seems that we have to prepare a generous gift to congratulate him. The upper immortal realm is going to give birth to another powerful great emperor. It's really not easy. The other old man stroked his beard and smiled. On the other side, when Emperor Qing saw the Black Lotus of Destruction on Xin Yuan Mo's, he was also stunned. Then, he revealed an imperceptible smile and whispered, as expected of Xin Yuan Mo's. On the other side, on the fairy island where Fengjiu was, when Fengjiu saw that he and the Black Lotus had reached the realm of one with the lotus, he was slightly stunned. Then, he revealed a relieved smile. It seems that I don't have to worry anymore. She had been worried about what would happen to Black Lotus in the future, but now it seemed that her worries were superfluous. It was also at this moment that the loudest thunderclap rang out, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Multicolored rays of light shone down from the 9 heavens, and celestial music came from the clouds. At the same time, the path to heaven slowly opened within the multicolored rays of light. Qi Kong and the others looked at the scene excitedly and couldn't help but shout, "Good! This is great! The Yama Lord has finally ascended. Look, the heavenly road is open, just like when Master ascended." The grand occasion of ascension shook the 9 heavens. Now, all the sovereigns in the lower immortal realm naturally knew about it. They looked at the multicolored light enviously, as well as the heavenly road that had opened up to the upper immortal realm. This heavenly road could be said to be the path that all cultivators yearn for the most. However, for many years, except for Fengjiu, Imo, Chun, and Xin Yuan Mo's, almost no one had ascended and no one dared to try. They envied them for being able to ascend to the 9 heavens, but they didn't dare to try, because if they failed, they would die immediately. All the sovereigns and cultivators were watching this grand occasion. They knew that perhaps in this lifetime, they would never have the chance to see another cultivator ascend. The heavenly road was open. Chapter 51-58. His deep gaze landed on the mountains and rivers in front of him. His black robes fluttered in the wind, emitting a whistling sound. He patrolled his territory like a monarch until the godlike figure slowly flew up from the holy light. He didn't take a step, but the holy light and the cool breeze in the air lifted him up and led him to the open path to heaven. His figure slowly rose up from the path. "Congratulations, Yama Lord! Congratulations, Yama Lord!" Chi Kong and the others were excited, and their faces revealed excited and joyful smiles. They cupped their hands and bowed. Their voices were sonorous and powerful, and they contained a powerful pressure and spiritual energy aura that reverberated in the sky. Xianyuan Mose looked at them. When his gaze landed on them, he nodded slightly. Then his body flew up and disappeared from everyone's sight. In the immortal realm, in the sky above, there were continuous rumbling sounds. The sound of heavenly music filled the entire sky. Almost everyone could hear it. When Fengjiu saw that Mose had successfully ascended, her face was full of smiles. She waved her hand to remove the mirror in the sky. When she turned around, Du Fan and the others saluted her. "Congratulations, Master. Yama Lord has successfully ascended. The day of your family's reunion is just around the corner." Fengjiu smiled and exclaimed, "That's right. This day has finally come. It really wasn't easy. I'll immediately send a message to my father and the others and have them set off immediately." Songmi said happily, then turned and ran off. "Master, we'll also go and make some preparations," Leng Hua and Du Fan said, then turned and left. After Yama Lord ascended, they would be very busy. Apart from the celebratory banquet, they also had to make arrangements for external affairs. But all in all, Yama Lord's ascension was great news. Master had waited so long for this day, and it had finally come. They were happy from the bottom of their hearts. From this moment on, their master and the Yama Lord would no longer be separated. They could be together forever. Hui Lang stood there and laughed foolishly. He was so happy that he laughed like a fool. He glanced at him with disgust, but the corners of his lips couldn't help but raise. Their master had finally ascended. It was indeed a great thing. What were they going to do next? After thinking for a while, he said, "Madam, let's go down and make some preparations." As he spoke, he pulled the giggling Hui Lang and quickly caught up with Du Fan and the others. Since their master had ascended, they had to be prepared to welcome him. Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh as he watched them leave. At this moment, he was filled with indescribable joy and anticipation. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. She was happy not only because of Mo's successful ascension, but also because they were one step closer to the life they wanted to live. She raised her head to look at the sky and listen to the heavenly music. She couldn't help but smile again. Meanwhile, at Cloud Sky Mountain, Emperor Qing brushed away the mirror in the void. He wanted to tell them about the good news of their father's ascension, but he stopped after thinking about it. Forget it, there was no rush. If he told them now, they probably wouldn't be able to calm down and cultivate. Chapter 51-59. Now that the couple had successfully ascended and become great emperors in the upper immortal realm, no matter who it was in the future, they would only befriend them and not be enemies. The safety of the 3 children that they had been worried about was probably no longer an issue. Then, if they came to Cloud Sky Mountain, would they take the 3 children back? Thinking of this, his brows knitted together. His deep and calm eyes glanced in the direction of the cave residence of the 3 children, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. It was not impossible to take the 2 boys back, but he had doted on Xiao-Qi for several years and watched her grow up. If he took her back, wouldn't it be too much? Those 2 boys were like a taciturn gourd, with a taut face every day and not much talk on normal days. He estimated that if they did not appear in front of him for 10 days or half a month, he would not think of them. But Xiao-Qi, that girl, was mischievous and mischievous. The years in this mountain were quiet, and it was because of her that there was a trace of liveliness. If she was taken away, then wouldn't his place return to its previous lifeless state? The more he thought, the tighter his brows knitted together. However, what he did not know at this time was that not only because Xianyuan Mose had ascended and would soon come here to take the three children back for a reunion, but at this time, Xiao Junyan, who had met Yu a few years ago, had also stepped on the road to look for Yu at the same time in the Xiao family's immortal island. Roaring Sky Emperor was sitting in the main hall, looking at the people of the Xiao family sitting on the left and right sides of the hall. After looking around, his brows furrowed and he asked, "Where is Xiao Junyan?" Xiao Junyan, the most outstanding child of the Xiao family's direct line of descent, was also the Xiao family's key successor, but at this time, he was not in the main hall. Hearing this, the Xiao family head was startled for a moment, and then he said, "Old ancestor, he left the island a few days ago and is not on the island now. I wonder if old ancestor is looking for him for something important?" He felt strange in his heart. Why would the old ancestor, who had not asked about the affairs of the family for a long time, ask about him? Left the island? Where did he go? Roaring Sky Emperor asked. It's like this. A few years ago, the disciple of Emperor Qing came here by accident and spent some time with Junyan. The two children got along quite well. Later, Emperor Qing's disciple was sent away, and Junyan also cultivated in seclusion for a few years. A few days ago, Emperor Qing's disciple said Junyan came out of seclusion and said that he would go out to travel and see that little girl. I thought it was not a big deal, so I agreed. Xiao family head said cautiously. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. Emperor Qing's disciple? Girl, great Emperor Howling Sky recalled that there was indeed such an incident a few years ago. However, he had forgotten about it in the blink of an eye. He did not expect to be brought up again after a few years. Yes, it's that little girl called Cloud 7. Patriarch Xiao said World Emperor is. Chapter 5160. Yes. Everyone replied respectfully in unison and listened to the ancestors' instructions for a while. All right, you may leave first. The Roaring Sky Emperor waved his hand and motioned for them to leave first. Thus, after everyone agreed, they left first. Just as Patriarch Xiao and the other elders were about to leave, they heard his voice again. You may stay. Hearing this, they looked at each other and stopped. They turned to the center of the hall and said, Ancestor, do you have any other orders? Sit down. The Roaring Sky Emperor motioned for them to sit down. They looked at each other and sat down, waiting for him to continue. I want to let Junyan marry Fengjiu's daughter. What do you think? He asked and looked at everyone present. All of them were stunned when they heard this, and they hesitated for a moment before one of the elders said, Ancestor, I seem to have never heard of Fengjiu's child. Moreover, even if there is, I presume her child is in the lower immortal dimension, right? How can he marry them across the 9 heavens? What's more, Junyan is cold by nature and is rarely interested in people and things. If this marriage is arranged, I'm afraid. Patriarch Xiao also nodded his head and said, Great Elder is right. Although Junyan is the most outstanding among the younger generation, he is just like a lone wolf. You say, to suddenly arrange such a marriage for him. I'm also worried that it will backfire. He paused and said, All these years, I have seen that he is different to Emperor Qing's disciple, Yin Qi. This time, he left the island for Yin Qi. So, I think that if we want to arrange a marriage for him, we should discuss it with him first. Yes, old ancestor, I also think that what Master said makes sense. She is the daughter of Empress Fengjiu. If she is really engaged, it is not easy to go back on your word. However, if Junyan does not have that intention, then this marriage will have the opposite effect. Another elder also spoke up. Martial Monarch Roaring Sky fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He frowned and said, Let's call him back first. I'll talk to him personally. Yes, they could only respond. Seeing that he had no other orders, they retreated. Patriarch Xiao returned to the main courtyard and saw that his son was also there. He asked, Why are you here? What's the matter? As he spoke, he sat down by the stone table in the courtyard. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his face showed that he was deep in thought. Father, is something the matter? Xiao Juanheng asked as she sat down beside him. Upon hearing Qin Wentian's question, the Xiao clan lord glanced at him. The son in front of him had an outstanding demeanor and a handsome countenance. If it wasn't for Xiao Junyan, he would definitely be the most outstanding among the younger generation. Thinking of this, he sighed softly and told him everything that had happened in the main hall. In the end, he said, "It's like this. Old ancestor wants to let Jun Yin marry Fengjiu's daughter. When I came back, I'd already sent a message to Jun Yin asking him to make a trip back." As he spoke, he looked at his son beside him and asked, "Jun Heng, what do you think of this matter?" As he spoke, he stared at his expression, not letting go of a single trace of it. Chapter 5161. Don't you have any resentment or jealousy in your heart? Patriarch Xiao asked, his gaze falling on his face. Hearing this, Xiao Juanheng was startled for a moment, then asked back with a smile, "Father, do you think I'm that kind of person? I know you're not that kind of person, but if it wasn't for Jun Yin, perhaps you would be the young master of the Xiao family. If there were any good things, it would fall on you and not Jun Yin. So I don't know if you still don't have any resentment or jealousy in your heart after seeing this." He sighed softly, his tone deep. "Father, you don't have to worry. I've never thought of comparing myself with Jun Yin. We're all disciples of the Xiao family and grew up together. Although we're cousins, we're closer than real brothers. Jun Yin is very outstanding. I'll only be proud of him, happy for him, and not jealous." He smiled and continued, "And I also know that his father is the patriarch of the Xiao family, so it's natural for him to be the young master of the Xiao family. Actually, I think this is pretty good. At least I'm not the young master of the Xiao family, so the burden on my shoulders won't be so heavy." Hearing this, Patriarch Xiao nodded in relief, patted his shoulder, and said, "As expected of my son. Good, very good. It's just that, after hearing what you said, I also feel that the old ancestor's idea isn't very good." He looked at his father and said, "With Jun Yan's personality, I'm afraid he won't like this kind of marriage arranged by the elders of the family. Moreover, I know that he has a good impression of Emperor Qing's disciple, Yin Shi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the island to look for her after coming out of seclusion. There's also one more thing." Xiao Juanheng's voice paused, looking at his father, slightly hesitant. "Speak, I'm listening." Patriarch Xiao gestured. "It's just that the matter of the engagement is only the old ancestor's one-sided idea. I feel that the Empress and the Phoenix Master might not agree to such a marriage." He spoke out the concerns in his heart. Hearing this, Patriarch Xiao laughed, nodded, looked at him, and said, "Juanheng, you've really grown up. That's right. What you just said is also what I'm thinking. Even if the Patriarch is interested in this marriage, I don't think it will happen." He smiled and shook his head. Thinking that his son could also see this point and could sit down with him to analyze this matter, he was very happy. However, we see that the ancestor is looking forward to this marriage, and no one dares to go against his wishes. For now, let's just do as he says. It's rare for Jun Yin to leave the island. If we call him back now, will he come back? Xiao Juanheng asked. I've already told him. As for whether he will come back or not, it depends on his own plans. I think if he doesn't come back, he will also tell the old ancestor. Patriarch Xiao smiled and said, Well, you go back first. Yes. After speaking, Xiao Juanheng stood up and left. On the other side, Xinyuan Moses' ascension, the completion of the fairy island, and the worship of the experts from all over the world gathered in front of the fairy island that was completed with his ascension. They were ready to pay their respects to the great emperor who had just ascended. Chapter 5162. I've long heard of the Yama, Lord's name. I didn't expect to see him ascend today. I'm sure the Empress and the Phoenix Master will be here too. Of course, when a great emperor ascends, everyone will come to congratulate him. Not only will the Empress and the Phoenix Master come, I think the other hidden great emperors will also come to congratulate him personally. I haven't seen such a grand occasion in a long time. I'm really looking forward to it. The crowd chatted outside the deity island. They wanted to enter the island to pay a visit. However, the deity island was covered with a barrier. Without the Yama Lord's permission, they did not dare to enter. At that moment, someone exclaimed, Look! Everyone looked in the direction of the exclamation and saw a whirlpool appear in the void. Then, a red figure walked out of the whirlpool. There were a few people behind her. It's the Phoenix Master. Greetings, Phoenix Master. Greetings, Phoenix Master. The crowd regained their senses and quickly lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at her face. Instead, they bowed respectfully. Fengjiu looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. She said, "Today is the day my husband descends and the day the Deity Island is completed. I don't think he has time to meet all of you. Everyone, please go back for now. After a while, I will send out an invitation to all of you to congratulate me." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. They couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. Then, they hurriedly cupped their fists and said, "Yes, we will follow the Phoenix Master's orders. We will first congratulate the King of Hell on his ascension. In the future, we will bring gifts to congratulate you." Fengjiu nodded. She watched as they bowed and left one after another. Then, she looked at the immortal island in front of her, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Just as she was about to step forward, Xinyuan Mose, who was on the enchanted island, seemed to have sensed her arrival. The enchantment of the enchanted island opened, and a black figure slowly walked out from the gate of immortality. Xinyuan Mose was dressed in a low-key yet luxurious black robe. His entire body exuded a powerful aura. He walked over slowly, and when his gaze landed on Fengjiu, he revealed a gentle and affectionate smile. "Jiu, I'm here as promised." As he spoke, he walked up to her, took her hand, and pulled her into his arms. "It's good that you're here." Fengjiu smiled happily and wrapped her arms around his waist. Her heart was filled with joy. "Congratulations on your ascension, Master." Hui Lang and Ying stepped forward and cupped their hands and congratulated him. "Congratulations on your ascension, Yama Lord." Du Fan and Lung Shuang also stepped forward and congratulated him with smiles. Fengjiu only brought a few people with him. The others stayed on the Deity Island to make arrangements. Xinyuan Mose looked at them and nodded slightly. Then, he said to Fengjiu, who had retreated from his arms, "Jiu, you came at the right time. I was just about to merge this Deity Island with the one you're on now." They were husband and wife. Now that they had both ascended, it was natural for them to merge their places. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "I was thinking the same thing." As she spoke, she took his hand and walked with him to the Deity Island while talking about the merger. Behind them, Du Fan, Lung Shuang, Hui Lang, and Ying looked at each other and followed them. A few days later, Chapter 5163. Since he couldn't get to the mountain pass, he stopped and looked at the place filled with clouds and mist. A deep thought flashed through his mind. He had heard that the cloud sky mountain of the Qing Emperor was shrouded in clouds all year round, making it difficult to find the entrance of the mountain. He did not expect it to be true. He had never been here before. Even if he went around, he would not be able to find the way up the mountain. So, with a thought, he mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, and a voice that contained spiritual energy echoed in the air. "I am Xiao Junyan, here to visit the Qing Emperor. Please meet me." The voice that contained the aura of spirit power spread through the clouds and naturally entered the ears of the Azure Arch, who was on Cloud Sky Mountain. At this moment, the Qing Emperor was reading a book on the soft couch under the tree. When he heard the voice, he raised his head and looked down the mountain. Xiao Junyan. His deep voice carried some indifference. His deep eyes flashed, as if he was thinking about who this Xiao Junyan was. He closed the book that was originally open in his hand and casually placed it aside. Xiao Junyan? The young man that Cloud 7 met in the Xiao family's territory a few years ago? He raised his eyebrows, as if surprised that the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yunyan, would find this place. He lay on the soft couch leisurely, and his deep voice fell into the ears of Xiao Junyan at the foot of the mountain. "I have some friendship with the Roaring Sky Emperor. As for you, Xiao Junyan, a mere young master of the Xiao family, what right do you have for me to meet you?" At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Junyan's expression changed slightly when he heard the voice. He said, "Qing Emperor, other than to visit the Qing Emperor, I am here to see Cloud 7. If it is not convenient for the Qing Emperor to let me go up the mountain, can you let Cloud 7 go down the mountain? When the Qing Emperor heard that he was here for Cloud 7, he pursed his lips and said unhurriedly, "You came at the wrong time. Cloud 7 is still in seclusion." Hearing this, Xiao Junyan frowned and asked, "When will she come out of seclusion?" He came thousands of miles and did not expect to see her in seclusion. This seclusion could be as short as 10 days to half a month, or as long as several years or even longer. Could it be that this trip was for nothing? He couldn't see her anymore? It's hard to say. The Azure Emperor's voice was neither cold nor warm. "I have something here. I wonder if the Qing Emperor can pass it to the 7th cloud on my behalf." Xiao Junyan asked again. Emperor Qing, who was on the mountain, was displeased by his endless pestering. He looked down the mountain and frowned. Then he called out coldly in a low voice, "Xiao Yunyan." Perhaps Xiao Yunyan could hear the displeasure in Emperor Qing's voice, so she replied, "I'm here." "I don't like it when someone comes to disturb my disciple's cultivation," he said bluntly. His words clearly expressed his dislike for Yi Futian. "Qing Emperor, I won't disturb his cultivation. I just want to see him," Xiao Junyan said again. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" The Cyan Emperor said in a low voice, "Leave. When she comes out of seclusion, I will tell her that you came to find her." Chapter 5164. Xiao Junyan, who was sent away, pursed his lips. He knew that since Emperor Qing did not allow him to go up to see Yanqi, he could not go up. However, he was unwilling to go back just like that. Therefore, he decided to wait at the foot of the mountain. After Emperor Qing sent him away, he picked up the book again and flipped through it. However, after flipping through a few pages, he could not understand anything. He put away the book, stood up, and walked towards Yun Qi's cave abode. Before he reached her cave abode, he saw Yun Chun walking towards him. "Master," Howard bowed to him and said, "I just came out of seclusion and was about to go to Master." Emperor Qing glanced at him and noticed the change in his aura. He relaxed his expression and said, "It seems that you have made a breakthrough. Very good. Since you have come out of seclusion, I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Hao looked at him and saw that he was looking in the direction of Yun Qi's cave residence. He said, "Is Master looking for Junior Sister?" "Actually, the three of us agreed that regardless of whether we have broken through or not, we will all come out of seclusion today. I think the two of them will also come out today." "Oh." Hearing this, Emperor Qing raised his eyebrows. "You have an agreement?" "Yes." Howard nodded and asked, "Master said that you have something to tell me. What is it?" Hearing his words, Emperor Qing said, "Since the two of them will come out of seclusion today, you go and wait for them. Call them over, and then I will tell them together." As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew his gaze and turned to walk back. "Yes," Howard responded. He felt a little strange, but did not ask further. Instead, he turned and went to wait in front of his younger brother and sister's cave residence. The three of them had an agreement before they went into seclusion. Therefore, in the evening, Yun Yuan and Yun Qi also came out of the cave residence. Time passed quickly in the mountains. In a few years, they had grown a lot taller. They were no longer the little children they were back then, but could be considered young men. "Big brother." When Hao saw him, he ran over happily. "Big brother, you have broken through again?" "Yes." Hao nodded and smiled when he saw her. "I came out of seclusion at noon and waited here for you to come out so that we can go to Master together. I think Master has something to tell us. Could it be that Mother is here?" Mu Chun, who was walking over, heard their conversation and asked, "I don't know. Master didn't reveal anything. He only told us to go over in a while." As Howard spoke, he looked at the two of them and said, "Since you guys have both exited seclusion, then let's go over. I don't want to keep Master waiting." "Okay." She nodded with a smile and said, "I was going to come out early, but I took a bath and changed my clothes. After that, I've been wandering around until now." The three of them chatted and laughed along the way. Not long after, they arrived in front of their master's abode. "Master, your disciple has brought junior brother and junior sister over." "Ow," was said from outside the cave. "Master, Master, Muchina?" The two of them also called out. Compared to Mu Chun, they were more respectful. Howard, on the other hand, was all smiles. He even played with the ends of his hair and poked his head out to look into the cave residence. Come in. Emperor Qing's voice came from inside the cave residence. Chapter 5165. Master, disciple hasn't seen you for a long time. Did Master miss little Qi? As soon as you entered inside, she trotted forward, arrived at his side, and hugged his arm. Then with a smile, she asked with her pair of beautiful eyes. No other reason. Since childhood, her master had doted on her the most, and also treated her the best among the three of them. If there were any good things, he would always leave them for her. Occasionally, there would be some extremely rare spirit fruit, but her big brother and brother didn't have it, but she would absolutely have one. Therefore, even if her master always looked indifferent to everything, but she knew that her master treated her the best. And it was precisely because of this. So, compared to her big brother and brother who were respectful and didn't dare to be impudent in front of her master, she was more casual and natural. Emperor Qing looked at the little girl, whom he had watched grow up, holding his arm and smiling. He said, "Sit down. I have something to tell you." Okay. Yu let go of his arm, then obediently sat beside him and looked at him. You two also sit. Qing Emperor hinted to the two who were standing to sit down. Yes. Both of them answered, then walked forward and sat down. Seeing there was a teapot on the table, Yu spontaneously started to brew tea for her master, then poured several cups, and separately served them in front of her master's two brothers. Finally, she also poured a cup for herself. Then, like a little fox, she narrowed her eyes and drank the tea. Qing Emperor indifferently shot a glance at her, then said, "A few days ago, your father, Xianyuan Mose, succeeded in ascending." Yu, who was drinking tea, heard these words. She became happy. Then her hand shook, and the tea spilled out and splashed on her hand. And when her hand was scalded, she instinctively loosened her hand, and the teacup also fell from her hand. Just as the tea was about to splash on her body, a slender hand reached out and caught the teacup. After placing it on the table, he glanced at the back of her hand that was scalded red. He frowned slightly and scolded in a deep voice. "How could you be so careless?" Yu stuck out her tongue and said, "Master, I was too excited, but it's nothing, just scalded. Apply some ointment." Ow! Took out a bottle of medicine. When he was about to help her apply it, he saw that the medicine was taken away by their master. Seeing his master take the medicine and wipe the back of her hand, he asked, "Master, does this mean that our father has really ascended?" "Yes," Cyan Emperor answered. Then, after helping Yu apply the ointment on her scalded hand, he said, "I reckon that they will come over to see you after a period of time." Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but look at each other with big smiles on their faces. "That's great," Mu Chan said. "Master, how much do you know about my father's situation?" "Didn't he?" "Master is not clear about other matters. I only know that he has successfully ascended and everything is going smoothly. At that time, when you see them, you can personally ask whatever you want to ask." Finished speaking, he handed the medicine to Yu and instructed, "Apply it before sleeping at night." Okay. Yu answered with a beaming smile, then said, "Master, then can we go back? My father and mother have both ascended. Does that mean we can return to their side in the future?" Chapter 5166. Yu looked into his deep eyes. Hearing her master's words, she felt that if she didn't answer well, her master would be sad. Therefore, she thought for a moment and said, "I miss my parents, but I also want to cultivate with you." Emperor Qing looked at the little face in front of him and paused for a moment before saying, "Then wait for them to come and pick you up when they're done. At that time, you can go back with them. If you still want to come back to me, Cloud Sky Mountain will always be open to you." How and Mu Chen looked at each other and stood up. They cupped their hands and said, "Thank you, Master." As soon as he finished speaking, Hao said, "Master, I hope that I can always cultivate by your side. Not as our father, mother, and son, but as Yun Shun." "Master, I feel the same." Mu Chen also said. Today, when he heard that his father had ascended, he was happy from the bottom of his heart, but he also knew that his father and mother were very strong, very powerful experts. As their child, He also hoped that he could become very strong and let everyone know of his strength, so that when others mentioned him, they would say that he was the son of the Yama Lord and the Phoenix Master. Yer heard their words and immediately said, "Master, I also feel the same." Emperor Qing looked at the three of them and said, "I know what you're thinking. When you first came under my tutelage, I told your mother that here, no one will ever know that you're Fengjiu's children. Here, you're only my disciples. Now, your appearances are different from your original appearances. Even if you appear in front of others in the future, no one will suspect your identity." Yu touched her own face and said with a beaming smile, "Speaking about it, I've almost forgotten my appearance, but my current appearance is so beautiful, so my original appearance is definitely even more beautiful." The Qing Emperor glanced at her when he heard this. A smile flashed through his eyes as he said, "There's one more thing. Some time ago, your mother killed 3 emperors by herself. Her name can be said to have shaken the entire upper immortal world. With this incident and your father's ascension, I reckon that there won't be many people who will dare to go against them in the future. I knew that my mother and father were very strong," Yu said with a smile. "In the future, I will definitely be as strong as them." "Master, don't you think so? The prerequisite is that you cultivate well." Emperor Qing glanced at her and said, "Master, don't worry. I will cultivate well and listen to your words." She promised with a smile. However, he thought for a while and said, "Master, if our father just ascended, is it not very appropriate for us to go back now? Do you plan to go back by yourselves?" Emperor Qing asked. However, and Mu Qin looked at each other and said, "Master, why don't you take us there? If we go there as your disciples, we shouldn't attract any suspicion or attention. Also, since our father has already ascended to become a great emperor, the other great emperors will definitely be there. So, Chapter 5167. Hearing his words, Qing Emperor thought for a moment. Then looking at the three of them, he said, "If you follow Master, then you won't be able to stay there for too long. Then Master can also stay there as a guest for a period of time." Yu said with a smile. Qing Emperor paused for a moment, then said, "All right then. At that time, Master will bring you there. But before that, tell your mother that there's no need for them to come and pick you up. Master will bring you there." "Okay." The three of them looked at each other and smiled, then responded in a crisp voice. "There's one more thing." Qing Emperor looked at Yu, and said, "There's a person called Xiao Junyan who came to look for you. But when you were in seclusion, Master chased him away. He also didn't come near and just waited at the foot of the mountain. Do you want to see him or not?" Xiao Junyan? It was startled. Then, thinking for a moment, she asked, "Is it that big brother Junyan?" "Big brother Junyan?" Qing Emperor didn't open his mouth, but however, and Mu Chun at the side coincidentally repeated what she said, their voices slightly raised and their brows slightly wrinkled. Obviously, they weren't used to it and also didn't like it. Other than them, the younger sister actually called other people Big Brother. Qing Emperor indifferently glanced at his 2 disciples, then silently took a sip of tea and didn't say anything. Yu didn't expect that the reaction of these 2 people would be so big. Seeing their calm faces and wrinkled eyebrows, and their 4 eyes staring at her, she smiled embarrassedly and explained, It's that time when I secretly sneaked out. Didn't I go to that heavenly emperor's immortal island? At that time, I met him there, Xiao Junyan, the young master of Xiao family. He is older than me and also very good to me, so I called him Big Brother Junyan." "Why did this person come to look for you? You didn't tell him whose daughter you are, right?" Mu Chan furrowed his brows and asked with a straight face. He stared at his sister, worried that someone might have designs on her. No, absolutely not. At that time, I only told them that my name is Yun Qi, and my master is Qing Emperor. Afterwards, I stayed there for several days and left. It has already been several years. If Master didn't mention him, I would have almost forgotten him. So, I also don't know why he came to find me, really." Yu hastily said, fearing that they wouldn't believe her. Emperor Qing was holding a teacup and gently blowing at it. He was scraping the tea leaves and drinking it unhurriedly, as if he didn't hear the 3 of them talking. Right now, father and mother's reputation in the upper immortal realm is extraordinary. If people find out that you're their daughter, it's hard to guarantee that those people won't have any ill intentions. So, you must not let anyone know your identity. Also, don't get too close to this Xiao Junyan. Mu Chun put on the airs of an elder brother and lectured with a straight face. I know. I will definitely not let anyone know that my mother is Feng Jiao and my father is Yama Lord. You were hastily promised and said with a beaming smile, but big brother, this big brother Junyan is actually very good to me. Really, at that time, he took care of me. But later on, when I left, I didn't even say a word to him. Now that he came to find me, it's possible that he wants to meet me. I should be able to meet him, right? After all, he came from afar. Chapter 5168. Emperor Qing put down the teacup in his hand and looked at her. Since you want to go, then go, but the two of them have to go with you. He looked at his two disciples. Looked at her master, then at her two brothers. She thought for a while and nodded. All right then. It's already dark today. Go tomorrow. I need to rest. You guys can go back too. Emperor Qing gestured for them to return to their cave abode. Yes. The three of them answered and left. After the three of them left the cave abode, they walked back to the stone table outside the cave abode and sat down. They took out their communication jade tablets and sent messages to their mother, asking about the matter and the matters of returning. Not long after, they heard the news from their mother. The three of them listened carefully and secretly noted it down. After a while, after replying to the message, the three of them began to discuss. Mother said that she will invite the strong cultivators from all over the world to gather in a few days. Then we can take this opportunity to go back. But I reckon that father and mother will be busy these few days. We should be able to leave in a few days. How? Earl looked at the two of them and said, Then let's tell Master about this news tomorrow. Muchen also spoke up. Era rolled her eyes and said, Mother said that many people will be invited to the banquet held for Father's ascension. Even the other reclusive great emperors will be invited. Want to be very lively then? She thought that if it was really as her mother had said, then Brother Junyan's family would probably be there as well. We have already told Mother. When the time comes, we will go as master and disciple. There will be many people and eyes, so we have to be careful of our words and actions. Otherwise, people will notice something strange. Our instructed. Big brother, don't worry. I know. Mucha nodded and said, Of course I'm not worried about you. I'm just worried. He looked at He said helplessly. Big brother, don't worry. I promise that there won't be any trouble. Promised with a smile. However, the two of them did not really believe her promise. The three of them chatted here until late at night before returning to their cave abodes to rest. The next morning, when she came out of the cave, she saw that her two brothers were already waiting outside. She blinked and looked at them with a smile. Big brother, why are you up so early? Aren't we going to meet that Xiao Junyan? We'll go with you, Mu Chan said as his gaze fell on her. Today, she was wearing a sky blue dress with the deity striking whip at her waist. Her black hair was combed into two braids that fell in front of her chest. At the end of her hair, there was a ribbon of the same color as her dress, tied into two beautiful bows. Her ink black hair was adorned with two sky blue ribbons. She looked like she had put in a lot of effort into dressing up. Even though the face she had now was not her original face, she still looked very beautiful. Muchen wasn't the only one who noticed her special outfit today. Even Howard noticed it. Hence, his gaze fell on her as he sized her up. Chapter 5169. Hearing her words, Howard and Muchen looked at each other and said in unison, This is not good. Is it not good? Ewer looked at them in surprise, then looked at the dress she was wearing and said, This is the dress Mother prepared for me, and this is a new one. Why is it not good? I think it looks pretty good. It's too eye-catching. How? Her said and looked at his sister. He felt that the little girl had specially dressed up to meet that guy, surnamed Xiao, and he felt uncomfortable. It's too eye-catching. Muchen also said seriously. He looked at her seriously and said, I think you should just wear your usual clothes. Also, don't tie that flower on your head. It doesn't look good. Is that so? I don't have a lot of flowers. Should I go back and change? She looked at the two and asked, And go back and change. the two said in unison. Seeing that both brothers said it was not good, she thought for a while and obediently walked back to the cave, saying, "Then wait for me, I'll be out in a while." After watching her enter the cave, Mu Chin's handsome little face tensed up and said, "Big brother, I don't like this Xiao Junyan. Why did he feel that someone was snatching his sister away from him? This guy surnamed Xiao. He already didn't like him before he even met him. Howard said with a sour tone, "You're especially dressed up to see that guy surnamed Xiao. Why didn't she dress up for us when she saw us?" The two brothers complained in front of the cave until they saw you come out, and then they shut up. "Big brother, how do I look? It's not eye-catching, right?" You walked forward with a smile and opened her arms to give him a twirl. The pink dress was not new, but it was not old either. It still fit her very well. Compared to the smart and refined sky blue dress, she looked cuter and more charming in this pink dress. No matter how you looked at it, it was beautiful. Yor is good-looking. She looks good no matter what she wears. "Ow," said with some helplessness in his tone. "Sister, come here." Mu Chun beckoned to her. "He's here." Seeing this, you trotted forward and arrived at their side. Beaming with smiles, she asked, "Am I okay like this? Can we go down a mountain?" Mu Chun reached out and removed the two small beads on her hair. "You don't have to wear any more. You look good like this. It's clean, simple, and pleasing to the eye. This pearl hair clip was bought by Mother for me. Usually, I am not willing to wear it." Yor said, looking at the hair clip taken down by her brother. She truly didn't know what he was doing. The pearl hair clip was a girl's thing, so he couldn't wear it. "Keep it, you can wear it later." Mu Chun handed the hair clip back to her and said, "Remember to change the way you address me after we go down a mountain." I know. Yor answered. While putting away the pearl hair clips, she followed them down the mountain. Sitting on a rock at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Junyan was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He couldn't help but open his eyes. "Brother Junyan?" "June." Chapter 5170. "Little junior sister, just call him Big Brother Xiao," Mu Chan said, glancing at his sister beside him. I also feel that Big Brother Junyan is too intimate." Hao also said. Hearing this, Yor looked at the two of them and blinked. No one knew what she was thinking, but she suddenly smiled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to Big Brother and Second Brother." "Big Brother Xiao. Big Brother Xiao, where are you?" "I'm Yinchi." She changed the way she addressed him, and her voice contained spiritual power, reverberating in the air. Earlier, she felt that her two brothers were strange, so it turned out that they were jealous. "I'm here." Xiao Junyan followed the voice and saw Yunqi, who had come all the way to the foot of the mountain. After not seeing her for a few years, the chubby little girl had grown taller, and her figure was also slimmer. She already had the appearance of a young girl. She wore a simple pink dress, but it made her look charming and sweet, very likable. Big Brother Xiao. Seeing him, Cloud 7's eyes lit up. She hurriedly jogged forward and arrived in front of him. She sized him up curiously and said, "Big Brother Xiao, you seem to have grown taller and stronger. You even look better than before." Hearing this, Xiao Junyan's lips curled up, and a smile flashed across his eyes. I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown up." As he spoke, he looked at the two people behind him and asked, "They are?" "Oh, they're my big brother and second brother. I came out of seclusion yesterday and heard from Master that you came to look for me. Today, I came down to look for you. My two senior brothers were worried about me, so they followed me," she said with a smile. After looking at them, she said, "You definitely don't know my two senior brothers, right? Come, let me introduce them to you. This is my big brother, Yin Shun. This is my second brother, Yin Yuan. They are very good to me." As she spoke, she looked at the two and said, "Big brother, second brother, this is Xiao Junyan, the young master of the Xiao family. His family's ancestor is Great Emperor Xiao Tian. Their family is also very powerful." "How?" And Mu Qin nodded slightly at him as a form of greeting. Although Xiao Junyan did not like to interact too much with strangers, but seeing that they were Cloud 7's two senior brothers, she cupped her hands and said, "Although I have not met the two of you before, but I have long heard of your names. Since we have met today, why don't I be the host and invite you to a restaurant in the city for a gathering. Good, good. I also want to go to the city to eat a good meal. You said. Hearing this, how? Said, since that's the case, then let me be the host and play the role of host. Young Master Xiao, please. He was already a young man. His actions and words were naturally different from when he was young. Since they were going to invite him, he had to be the one doing the inviting. Xiao Junyan's eyes flashed as she looked at him and said, all right. After saying that, she followed them into the city. After not coming to the city for a few years, the most excited one upon entering the city was Yu. She looked left and right and bought a lot of snacks on the street. Along the way, she wandered around before arriving at a restaurant in the city. The few of them booked a private room. After the dishes were served, Yu drank water and asked, Big Brother Xiao, why did you come to find me? Is something the matter? Or did you just happen to pass by here? Chapter 5171. After I came back, I didn't go out again. Master has always let us cultivate in the mountains. The three of us only came out yesterday. Yu said, and her eyes flashed. Oh right, I heard from Master that another great emperor has ascended. He will send out invitations. At that time, Master will bring the three of us to join in the fun and broaden our horizons. Big Brother Xiao, are you going? It's that Yama Lord, the husband of Empress Phoenix Master, ascending to celebrate, right? I haven't received any news from my family, so I'm not sure if I'm going or not. Xiao Junyan said, knowing that such a celebration banquet was not something that anyone could attend. Even if it was their Xiao family, if they wanted to visit another great emperor's immortal island, they had to send an invitation first. Since he didn't go back, he naturally wouldn't have such an invitation. Hao and Mu Chun drank tea and listened to the two of them talking, but they didn't say anything. In their minds, they were thinking, when will Master bring them? The two of them chatted, and when Xiao Junyan saw that there was nothing on her head, he took out a box from his space and gave it to her. I bought this on the way here. It's a gift for you. You even brought me a gift? Yu was slightly surprised, and after taking a glance at him, she hesitated for a moment, then took the box that was handed over by him. After opening the box, 2 beautiful pearl hair clips were quietly lying inside the box. The flowers of those 2 pearl hair clips were weaved using small pearls, and each of them were suffused with luster, which was very beautiful. So beautiful. Thank you, Big Brother Xiao. Yu thanked him with a smile. At this time, when he saw that she had accepted Xiao Junyan's gift, Hao reminded her, Little junior sister, Yu girl, you can't casually accept gifts from others, especially from men. And it's best not to accept things from others. What do you want? What do you like? Senior brother can buy it for you. Muchin also said, implying that he didn't want her to accept other people's gifts. It's just 2 pearl hair clips. It's not anything valuable. It's okay, Xiao Junyan said, looking at the two of them. Inexplicably, he felt that they seemed to have some kind of hostility towards him, and this feeling was very strange. Yu looked at her 2 elder brothers, then looked at Xiao Junyan. Finally, she thought for a bit and pushed the box back. My senior brother doesn't want me to accept it. I don't think I'll accept it. Looking at the pearl hair clips that had been stuffed back in her hands, Xiao Junyan shot a glance at the two of them, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly as she asked, Speaking of which, I still don't know what the two of you are from. You guys aren't going to chat anymore? If you don't want to talk, we'll go back first. Mu Chun said and looked at his sister. Let's eat first. Xiao Junyan said as she picked up some food and placed it in her bowl. Yes, yes. Senior brother, we should at least finish our meal before we leave, right? Come, senior brother, eat this. Yu beamed as she picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his bowl. She also picked up a piece for Hao. Seeing this, the two of them didn't say anything more. They just accompanied her to finish the meal, paid the bill, and went back. Xiao Junyan accompanied her all the way to the foot of the mountain, then said, This is my communication jade tablet. You keep it. If there's anything in the future, we'll contact each other again. Okay, Yu replied, and also handed over hers to him. This is mine. Chapter 5173. Lung Hua, bring me to greet Mo Chun, Feng Jiu instructed with a smile. Yes. Lung Hua responded and came to his side. He said to Mo Chun, Gongzi Mo Chun, let me show you around. I know a place where you can see the surrounding scenery at a glance. Okay, Mo Chun responded and nodded to the two of them before leaving with Lung Hua. Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu looked at each other and walked out hand in hand. When they arrived at the main hall, they saw Emperor Qing sitting in the hall, drinking tea while the three children stood behind him. Seeing the three children, Fengjiu's eyes softened and were full of love and joy. After not seeing them for a few years, they had all grown up a lot, especially Hao he could already be said to be a proper youth. After Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu entered, their gazes fell on the three children, and they were slightly surprised. If she hadn't mentioned to him earlier that the three children weren't using their original appearances, it probably wouldn't have been easy to recognize them. Back then, when they were by his side, they were all so small. Now they were all so big. Lung Hua stood guard outside the main hall, while the others retreated and did not allow anyone to come close. Therefore, there were only a few people in the large main hall. Father, mother. As soon as the three children saw them, they called out happily and trotted over to them. Yuer directly threw herself into Feng Jiu's embrace, while Hao and Mu Chun stopped in front of them and respectfully cupped their hands in greeting. This child greets father and mother. Good, you've all grown up. Xianyuan Mose sighed in his heart. Looking at his two sons and his daughter in Feng Jiu's arms, his heart was full of pride and joy. His children had all grown up, but he always seemed to have missed their growth. He was not a good father. Father, you're Mrs. Father and Mother. Yu again came out from Feng Jiu's bosom and threw herself into his bosom. Hugging him, just like a kitten, she rubbed against his bosom. Daddy misses you too. Xianyuan Mose's voice was low with a hint of sobbing. How have you been all these years? Father, we are living very well. With Mother Master here, we are all very well. Father doesn't need to worry about us. Moreover, we have all grown up, we can protect ourselves. Yura raised her head in his bosom and said to her father, who was somewhat emotionally fluctuating. Even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, their father was still their father. He was still the father who loved them dearly. Now that their father had ascended, their family could be together in the future. All right, sit down and talk. Feng Jiu smiled and looked at Emperor Qing. Long time no see. These three children have troubled you all these years. They are this emperor's disciples. It is my duty to discipline them. Emperor Qing said faintly, looking away from Xianyuan Mose and drinking tea. Thank you, Emperor Qing, for accepting them as disciples and keeping them by your side to protect them. Xianyuan Mose held Yuer's hand and walked to Emperor Qing to express his gratitude. Chapter 5174. Qing Emperor, it's rare for you to come here. This time, you should stay here a little longer. Feng Jiu said with a smile. Then, he added, we invited people from a Master Chef clan to cook. Qing Emperor, you can have a taste of their cooking. I don't have much to do in Cloud Sky Mountain. This time, even if you didn't mention it, I would have stayed here a little longer. As Qing Emperor spoke, he put down the teacup in his hand and stood up. He said, it's rare for your family to reunite. I won't disturb you. Seeing this, Feng Jiu called out, Lung Shuang, take Qing Emperor to rest. Yes, Lung Shuang, who was outside, answered and led the way. After he left, Feng Jiu said to the three children, come, tell father and mother, what have you learned in the past few years? The three of them talked about the things that had happened in the past few years in the main hall. It was rare for the family to gather together, and there seemed to be endless things to talk about. Early in the morning 2 days later, guests came from all over the place. Early in the morning, Du Fan led people to the fairy island to welcome the guests into the island. Everyone who came in had an invitation in their hands, and their strength was at the sovereign level. Each of them brought 1 or 2 juniors with them. Du Fan welcomed the guests at the entrance of the fairy island, while Lung Hua made arrangements inside. In addition to settling everyone to their seats, there was also the registration of gifts. Although there weren't many people, there were fairies transformed from flowers and fairies transformed from red-crowned cranes. Du Fan and Lung Hua made arrangements for all aspects. The division of labor was clear and orderly. as expected of the Yin Emperor and the Phoenix Master's fairy island. Look, such a fairyland can only be seen here. Yes, I've been to many places, but I've never seen a fairyland-like place like this. It's really worth it to be able to come here today. This fairy island is surrounded by fairy chi. Look, there's a rainbow bridge over there. It's really an eye-opener. Many people have come today. Even the human sovereigns who haven't come out for a long time are here. Of course, who wouldn't want to take a look at an invitation from the Yama Lord Fengjiu? Moreover, I heard that Chef Godsong's family was invited to this banquet. Looks like everyone is in for a treat today. Haha, let's not talk about the food. Just being able to come to this immortal island is already worth it. By the way, I heard that Shang Di and Qing Di are here as well. I didn't expect these two great emperors to come as well. What do you know? I heard that the Holy Emperor, the Phoenix Master, and the Yin Emperor have been friends for a long time, but it is unexpected that the Qing Emperor would come. He usually doesn't like this kind of excitement. Now that he has come, I wonder if the other reclusive great emperors will come. The way I see it, there's an 80 to 90% chance that they will come. Everyone was discussing as they walked in. Suddenly, they heard a movement behind them. All the sovereigns moved aside to make a path. The sovereigns in front looked back and couldn't help but be surprised. They quickly moved aside to make a path. Some even cupped their hands and greeted with a smile. Greetings, Great Emperor Xiao Tian. I didn't expect to see the Great Emperor's face again after so many years. Great Emperor Xiao Tian looked at that person and said with a smile, "Today is the big day for the Yin Emperor and the Phoenix Master. Our Xiao clan has also received an invitation. Naturally, we have to pay a visit." Chapter 5175. Who's that young man beside Great Emperor Xiao Tian? It looks extraordinary. An immortal monarch said as he probed in a low voice. He must be a descendant of Great Emperor Xiao Tian. Otherwise, why would he bring him to this banquet? And I heard. What did you hear? The surrounding people couldn't help but ask softly when they saw the immortal monarch stop talking. The immortal lord looked around and whispered, "I heard that a few great emperors are interested in marrying the children of the Yama Lord and the Phoenix Master. I don't know if it's true, but I reckon that since Great Emperor Xiao Tian is here, the other hidden great emperors will be here as well." Just as they were speaking, they heard a loud commotion behind them. They retreated to the side and saw two old men and a middle-aged man walking over together. Hearing the greetings of the immortal monarchs in the surroundings, it seemed that the three of them were all great emperors. Other than the middle-aged great emperor who brought a young man and a young woman with him, the two old men didn't bring any juniors with them. They chatted and laughed as they walked in. "Look, another three are here. How many great emperors are there in the upper immortal realm?" How many people had come? The Yama Lord and the Phoenix Master are indeed famous. Even these great emperors who haven't come out for a long time can't sit still anymore. The few of them chatted as they walked in. There were many small long tables in the spacious area. The sovereigns had already taken their seats and were eating fruits and drinking wine while chatting. As for the great emperors, they were led to the front of the hall, where they were seated at specific locations. Sitting beside Emperor Xiao Tian, Xiao Junyan looked around silently, trying to find Emperor Qing and Cloud 7. However, after looking around, she did not find the person she was looking for. Junyan, Great Emperor Xiao Tian, took a sip of tea and called out, "Here." He lowered his gaze and replied respectfully, "Do you remember what I said to you?" Great Emperor Xiao Tian asked. He didn't look at him and continued to drink his tea. The seat of the Great Emperor was quite a distance away from the seats of the sovereigns, and the space was large enough. Therefore, no one could hear what they were talking about due to the chaotic chatter around them. Xiao Junyan paused for a moment and said, "Old ancestor, don't worry. I will do my best and not embarrass you." It's just that, hearing his words, Roaring Sky nodded with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, Roaring Sky paused and asked, "But what?" "It's just that, old ancestor, I think it's better to let nature take its course. Sometimes it's not good to force things. Besides, she's the daughter of a Yama Lord and the Phoenix Master. Moreover, I heard that their family went through a lot of hardships and finally reunited. I don't think it's too early to mention. More importantly, He did not want to marry someone he did not know, even if the other party was the daughter of Yin Di and the Phoenix Master. However, he couldn't say that out loud. Great Emperor Xiao Tian sipped his tea and glanced at him. What do you think of your trip to see Emperor Qing's disciple? Xiao Junyan was stunned. What do you mean? Chapter 5176. Xiao Junyan's eyes flashed, and she said, I've never asked. I only know that she is the little disciple of the Qing Emperor. As for which clan she comes from, I don't know. The Qing Emperor has always liked peace and quiet. In the past 1,000 years, I've only heard that he had taken in one disciple. Later on, his disciple failed to advance and died. It's not that no one wanted to send the younger generation of the clan to the Cloud Sky Mountain to be his disciple, but he didn't take a fancy to any of them. So when they found out that he had taken in these 3 disciples, many people were really curious. Where did these 3 people come from? It's a pity that no one could find out about their clan and background. As the Roaring Sky Emperor spoke, he took a sip of the tea in front of him and said, However, there are also people who guess that these 3 people must be from an extraordinary clan. Their talents may also be very heaven-defying. Otherwise, the Qing Emperor wouldn't have thought of taking them in as his disciple. It's just that he paused and looked at Xiao Junyan and said, No matter how extraordinary they are, they can't compare to the daughter of the Yama Lord and the Phoenix Master. Do you understand? Old ancestor, Yun Qi is still just a child. Xiao Junyan said lightly. Compared to him who was almost 20 years old, Yun Qi, who was less than 10 years old, was just a child in his eyes. He didn't deny that he had a good impression of Yun Qi, but this good impression was just pure love and not mixed with any romantic feelings. After all, no matter what, he wouldn't fall in love with a child who was less than 10 years old. For so many years, he had been longing to see her because the 2 of them had interacted before. Moreover, she was the only person who he wanted to get close to and interact with for so many years. He didn't care about other people's gazes and only did things according to his heart. But he didn't expect that the people in the clan, and even the old ancestor, would think that he had feelings for Yun Qi. He was a grown young man, and Yun Qi was just a child in his eyes. She was just like the chubby and naked child he had pulled out of the water back then. She hadn't changed even after so many years. Liking someone and wanting to get close to someone didn't mean that he had fallen in love with her, right? He just felt comfortable being with her and didn't think much about other things. Hearing his words, the Roaring Sky Emperor didn't say anything more. Who could say for sure? However, all these years, ever since his parents passed away, he didn't care about anything and was indifferent to everyone. Only that little girl called Yun Qi cared about him. He had been thinking about her all these years. However, since he said that he didn't have that kind of intention, it was fine. Old ancestor, Xiao Junyan called out. He tilted his head slightly and looked at him. Xiao Junyan looked at him, her expression serious as she said, The wife that I marry in the future will only be someone that I admire, and not because of status or anything else. Great Emperor Xiao Tian looked at him deeply and didn't say anything. He looked away and saw a figure he hadn't seen for a long time. Xiao Junyan followed his gaze and saw the Qing Emperor walking over slowly with 3 disciples behind him. When he saw Yun Qi, who was dressed in blue, his gaze softened and he revealed a smile. Although this girl had gradually grown up, but in his memory, she was still that sly and mischievous chubby baby. He was so much older than her. How could he have any thoughts about her? The old ancestor and the others were really worried for nothing. Chapter 5177. The Roaring Sky Emperor had already stood up and stepped forward. He smiled and cupped his fists. Emperor Qing, long time no see. I heard that you have taken in 3 disciples. These must be them. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the 3 people behind him. The Emperor Qing smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect to see Elder Xiao here. It has been many years. As he spoke, he turned slightly and gestured to the 3 people beside him. Come forward and greet the Roaring Sky Emperor. Yun Chun, Yun Yuan, Yun Qi. Greetings, Roaring Sky Emperor. The 3 people stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Good. The Emperor Qing smiled and looked at the 3 of them. He casually took out 3 fist-sized, luminous pearls and handed them to them, saying, "Here are a few pearls. Take them and play with them." Seeing this, the 3 of them looked at their master, unsure if they should accept it. "Since it is a gift from the Roaring Sky Emperor, take it," the Emperor Qing said. "Yes." After they responded, they stepped forward and took the pearls. They bowed to the Roaring Sky Emperor, saying, "Thank you, Roaring Sky Emperor. Speaking of which, this Yin Shi is also fated to be with our Shao clan. Back then, he even went to our Shao clan's fairy island and got to know Junyin there. This time, this child came out and went straight to Cloud Sky Mountain, saying that he wanted to see our little friend from back then." As Roaring Sky Emperor spoke, he looked at Shao Junyin and said, "What are you waiting for? Come and greet the Emperor Qing." As he spoke, he said to the Emperor Qing, "Emperor Qing should have met him already, right?" Shao Junyin greets the Emperor Qing. He stepped forward and bowed. The Emperor Qing glanced at him and nodded. He said indifferently, "There are many talents under Elder Shao. The young master of the Shao clan has an extraordinary aura and cultivation." "Ha ha, you flatter me." Speaking of which, the 3 disciples of the Emperor Qing have such cultivation at such a young age. It is obvious that they are extraordinary. I wonder, what kind of aristocratic family can raise such outstanding juniors? I just met them when I was traveling. I took them in and taught them. They are not worth mentioning. The Azure Emperor changed the topic and said, "Old Shao, it has been a long time since we last met. You should take this opportunity to drink a few more cups." "Ha ha, of course, of course. Come, take a seat." Grand Monarch Howling Sky gestured for Qin Nan to take a seat. As for the people of the younger generation, they were seated behind the 2 of them. Not long after, another 3 great emperors came. The 2 great emperors started chatting with the 3 great emperors. As for the 2 great emperors who came with them, they also sat in the last row. Sitting in the last row, even though they were only around 10 years old, they knew that everyone present had extraordinary backgrounds. Their seniors were either great emperors or their ancestors. Therefore, after everyone sat down, they began to chat and greet each other. "Are you Cloud 7? I heard that your master gave you a very powerful deity-beating whip. Is it the one on your waist?" A young girl around 12 or 13 years old looked curiously at the whip on Cloud 7's waist. Yinshi looked at her and saw that she had an oval face. Her hair was combed into a ponytail that covered her forehead. Under her curved eyebrows were a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes, a tall nose, and small red lips. She looked like a natural beauty. Chapter 5178. Because she was hugged by her 2 brothers, she was sitting in the middle, so the one who was separated from Shao Junyin was her brother Mu Chun, and the one who was separated from this big sister was her big brother. When she stretched out her hand to hand over the whip, her big brother took it and handed it over to that young girl. That young girl saw the youth wearing black clothes handing over the whip, and couldn't help but look at him. And at the same time receiving the whip, she said, "I am called Mei Zhu. I came with my family's old ancestor. This is my elder brother, Mei Zhu Bai." The youth at the side looked towards them and slightly nodded his head, and his gaze also sized up Yu'er. There was no other reason, because here, other than his younger sister, she was the only little girl. Moreover, she was a little girl who was not even 10 years old. "This is my eldest senior brother, Yin Chun. This is my second senior brother, Yin Yuan. And him, he is Shao Junyin. Roaring Heaven Emperor is his old ancestor." Yin Shi was half lying on the table, and said to her, "Yin Shi, I have never left the island, but I have also heard of you. I heard that your master Qing Di treats you very well, and even gave you this god-striking whip as a weapon for self-defense. I have always heard of this whip, but today I have the opportunity to see it. I didn't expect this whip to be so beautiful. Yin Shi, your master is really good to you." She said with envy and touched the whip with one hand, and after looking at it for a good while, she handed the whip back. "Of course, my master loves me the most," Yun Chi said with a beaming smile, and putting the whip back on her waist, she said, "We usually can't leave the island? I thought only we are like this. My master made us go into seclusion to cultivate, and didn't let us come out to play. I haven't left the island, but my elder brother came out. Our family has a rule. Only 15 years old can leave the island to gain experience. This time, because Yama Lord and Phoenix Master are holding a banquet here, we have the opportunity to come out with our old ancestor," she said. Then looking all around, she said, "To be honest, this place is much more beautiful than our island. Isn't that right? I also feel that this place is very beautiful, just like a fairyland. In my master's Cloud Sky Mountain, there are mountains and trees everywhere, just like a deep forest. But here is different. Everywhere is beautiful. And there's also a rainbow bridge. Do you see it?" Said with a beaming smile, and her heart was very happy. Because this was her home. Xiao Junyan saw that she was chatting nonstop the moment she met her little friends. He had originally wanted to have a good chat with her, but he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Moreover, he didn't know why, but he had a feeling that Yin Qi's two senior brothers didn't seem to like him being too close to Yin Qi. While the people here were chatting, Emotion also came not long after. She sat down not far from Emperor Qing and the others, and behind her were Feng Yi and Zhao Yang. "Little 7. Feng Yi called out and waved at Cloud 7. Seeing him, Cloud 7 blinked. This was their granduncle. Even their mother had to call him little uncle. However, it seemed a little too old to call him granduncle. He didn't look much older than them. "Little 7, don't you recognize me?" When Feng Yi saw the little girl blinking her eyes at him, he couldn't help but smile wickedly. He got up and walked toward the three of them, sitting down beside them. "Look, what did I bring for you?" While speaking, he took out a paper bag from his space. When he opened it, there was a roasted chicken inside. Chapter 5179. This is not an ordinary roast chicken. I went to the kitchen and asked me to make it, Feng Yi said as he tore off a drumstick and handed it to her. "I've seen it. I don't think the dishes will be served so soon. Eat something to fill your stomach first." "That's not very good, right?" Howard was a little hesitant. Master is still sitting in the front. It didn't seem very good for them to eat at the back. "It's fine. Why don't you follow me? I know a place." As he spoke, he quickly wrapped up the roast chicken and waved at them, indicating that they should follow him. Seeing this, the three of them looked at each other. To be honest, since Granduncle asked them to go, they seemed to have no choice but to go. Moreover, it was Sister Mi-er's roast chicken. They were craving it. "Then we'll be back soon." Yin Qi stood up and said to Xiao Junyan and the Mei siblings. The three of them then quietly left. Xiao Junyan looked at their departing figures and was a little surprised. Why did they look so familiar? Feng Yi brought the three of them to a corner and waved his hand to set up a soundproof barrier. He smiled and said, "Do the three of you still recognize me?" "We recognize you. You're Feng Ye's granduncle," Yu said with a smile. "Little Yu, you've already grown so big. When I saw you earlier, your mother told me not to reveal your identity. It seems you're the same as me now." While speaking, he handed the drumstick to Yu and said, "Come, eat first." "Chen how tear it yourself? I specially asked me to make this spiritual chicken. It's very fragrant." After saying that, he tore off a wing and ate it. Seeing this, Mu Chun and Hao tore off a drumstick and a wing respectively. The few of them sat there and chatted while eating. "AI, let me tell you, the great emperors who came today didn't have any good intentions. They all came for the marriage of their children. Look at all of you, you're still so young and you're already being targeted," Feng Yi said and tore off another piece of meat to eat. Hearing this, Hao Mu Chun, and Yu were startled. They looked at each other and asked, "Granduncle, what children are you talking about? What other in-laws could they be?" "My family is the three of you. Those juniors sitting behind the great emperors are all here to show their faces in front of your parents." Then he smiled proudly and said, "This is the news I heard when I came here. Not only them, but the other sovereigns also have the same idea. It's just that they don't dare to mention it. However, the great emperors will probably mention it." Looking at the three people's shocked expressions, he smiled and said, "But you don't have to worry. Your parents won't marry you so quickly." Hearing this, the three of them finally relaxed. Howard said, "They're wasting their efforts." He knew that their parents would not casually arrange a marriage for them. Even if they wanted to arrange a marriage, they would have to get their consent first. Mu Chun, on the other hand, did not speak. She did not know what he was thinking as he stared at you. Brother, why are you looking at me like this? Yu looked at him in surprise and asked, if Great Emperor Xiaotian proposes marriage for Xiao Junyan, will you agree? Mu Chun asked with a serious face, his eyes fixed on her. Chapter 5180. Feng Yi listened to their conversation and stared at them for a while. Suddenly he laughed and said to Hao and Mu Chun, Yu is not even 10 years old yet. How would she know anything about love? You two are worrying too much. At this age, how could she know anything about love? It was too early to tell these little brats this. All right. Hurry up and eat. After eating, go back and sit down, in case they can't find you later, Feng Yi said, and finished the meat in a few bites. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands and mouth clean. After the few of them finished eating and returned to their seats, Xiao Junyan saw Cloud 7 looking at her strangely and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Yin Qi stared at him for a while, then shook her head and said with a smile, nothing. As she spoke, she turned to look in front of her. Coincidentally, she saw her father and mother coming out. Her gaze also landed on the two of them. She saw her father wearing a low-key yet luxurious black robe. The collar and sleeves of his robe were embroidered with golden dragon patterns, while her mother was wearing a simple yet dazzling red robe. She could not help but smile until her eyes narrowed. She said, so beautiful. How and Mu Chen's gazes also fell on their parents. Seeing them walking slowly with their arms linked like a perfect couple, a smile appeared on their faces. So beautiful. Their parents were so compatible and so pleasing to the eye. When the two of them walked together, the whole world paled in comparison. They are so compatible. They are a match made in heaven. Mei Zhuxin, who was at the side, also spoke. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the pair of people walking slowly towards them. Xiao Junyan's gaze also fell on the two people walking slowly in front of them. He had also heard many legends about them. Every one of them was a major event that shook the world. He looked at the two of them. Other than seeing their rare looks, he also saw the powerful aura emanating from them. The Phoenix Master, who was dressed in red, was holding the Yama Lord's arm. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face. Her aura was restrained, as if it had reached the realm of nothingness. No one could sense her strength or cultivation level. They only knew that this aura was very powerful. The Yama Lord, who was beside her, was dressed in a black robe embroidered with golden dragons. He was low-key yet domineering. He did not restrain his aura. Instead, he exuded it naturally. As he swept his gaze across the crowd, the pressure of an expert swept across the crowd. It was sharp and intimidating. He was like a king inspecting his territory and looking down at his people. His gaze made people lower their heads involuntarily, not daring to look him in the eye. This was the first time he had seen this pair of legendary experts. He only knew that they were so powerful that they made people feel small in front of them. At this moment, everyone stood up. When the Yama Lord and the Phoenix Master stopped in their tracks, they respectfully saluted them. Greetings to Yin Di, Phoenix Master. The voices sounded in unison. When everyone finished saluting, they looked up and heard the voices in front of them. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. Xinyuan Mose gestured with his hand. With one hand, he led Feng Jiu to the main seat and sat down. When the others saw them sit down, they also sat down. Chapter 5181. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly raised their wine glasses and returned the toast. Les toast Yin Di. Congratulations on your ascension. After everyone saw him raise his head and gulp down the wine in one gulp, they also downed the wine in their hands. The immortal maidservants shuttled back and forth to serve the dishes. Plates of exquisite dishes were placed on the small, long table in front of everyone. They listened to the conversation between Yin Di and Feng Zhu, who were sitting in front of them, and drank a little wine. The originally somewhat restrained atmosphere gradually became lively. Everyone, there is no need to be too restrained. Today, everyone is free to eat, drink, and chat. As Feng Jiu said, he clapped his hands, and a fairy maiden came over on a cloud. She spun around and landed on the open space in front of them and danced. Waves of pleasant music also sounded. At this moment, everyone looked at each other, raised their wine glasses, and chatted with the people around them. In front, Shao Dian Great Emperor was chatting with Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu. He took the opportunity and smiled. Yindi, Phoenix Master, this time I brought a junior over. He is the young master of my Shao family. I haven't had the chance to let him greet the two of you. As he spoke, he glanced behind him and called out, Junyan, quickly come forward and greet Yindi and Phoenix Master. Shao Junyan, who was called out by his own old ancestor, was originally talking to Yun Qi. When he heard the old ancestor calling him, he immediately stood up and walked to his old ancestor's side. He bowed respectfully to the two people in the main seats. Shao Junyan greets Yindi and Phoenix Master. Fengjiu knew about Shao Junyan. Back then, his girl accidentally went to the Shao family's immortal island and got to know him there. According to Shao Junyan took good care of her. So, Fengjiu smiled and said, Raise your head and let me see. Hearing this, Shao Dian Great Emperor's eyes lit up. Seeing that his junior was still in a daze, he hurriedly shouted, Junyan, what are you waiting for? Shao Junyan paused for a moment before she raised her head. Fengjiu carefully looked at the young man in front of her. He should be around 18 or 19 years old. His appearance was very outstanding, but he looked like a cold person. If her daughter didn't say that he took good care of her and treated her very well, it would be hard for her to imagine that this young man who exuded a cold aura could be a person who loved children. Xianyuan Mose had also heard from Fengjiu about how Yue had snuck out that year. Hence, he had also heard from her that this Shao Junyan had taken rather good care of her. At this moment, he understood why Fengjiu had asked him to raise his head. It was only because he wanted to see what kind of person that his own daughter called Big Brother Junyan was. His child was indeed outstanding, but this young man also had an extraordinary bearing. The young patriarch of the Shao family is indeed extraordinary. Fengjiu praised with a smile and asked a few more questions. Shao Junyan also answered them one by one. When Shao Dian Great Emperor saw this, he laughed so hard that his eyes couldn't be seen. Qing Emperor at the side glanced at Shao Junyan and then at Shao Dian Great Emperor, who was laughing so hard that his teeth couldn't be seen. He then narrowed his eyes and raised his wine cup to drink. Not far away, the middle-aged Great Emperor saw this and was secretly anxious. When he saw that Fengjiu had asked Shao Junyan to return her seat, he immediately smiled and said, Emperor Yin, Phoenix Master, I, Lao Mei, have also brought a pair of juniors to pay respects to the two of you. As he spoke, he hurriedly motioned for the two juniors behind him to come forward. When the two juniors saw this, they nervously stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the two people at the main seats. Meizhu Bai, Meizhu Xin. Chapter 5182. Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu looked at each other and smiled. No need to be so courteous. Fengjiu smiled when she saw how nervous the two juniors were. Elder Mei, you're so lucky to have such outstanding juniors. Their futures will be limitless. The middle-aged Great Emperor smiled happily when he heard Fengjiu praise the two juniors. He didn't care if she was being sincere or just being polite. He said, You're too kind. I heard that Yindi and Phoenix Master's son and daughter are the truly outstanding ones. If the two of them get to know each other in the future, I would be more than happy to do so. Fengjiu smiled and said, They're still in the lower immortal realm, but I think there will be a chance in the future. As she spoke, she smiled and said, This time, I've also prepared a greeting gift for the juniors. Lung Shuang, she called out. Yes. Lung Shuang stepped forward with a tray in his hand and distributed the gifts to the children. It was an exquisite little box. They didn't open it after receiving it. They just put away the gifts and stood up to thank Fengjiu. As for the great emperors who didn't bring their juniors, Fengjiu asked Lung Shuang to give them 2 boxes each. Although no one opened the boxes to see what she gave them, everyone was very happy to receive the gifts. The juniors were overjoyed to receive the gifts, while the great emperors felt that although Fengjiu was powerful, she was courteous to her guests and treated them equally. She wasn't a difficult person to get along with, so they were slightly relieved. The great emperors weren't the only ones who received gifts. Even the sovereigns who came received gifts from Du Fan and Lung Hua in return. The banquet lasted for a day. When the sky gradually darkened, the sovereigns left one after another. However, the great emperors and their juniors, Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu, asked them to stay for a few more days. When the sky was completely dark, Du Fan, who had sent the sovereigns away, let out a sigh of relief and went back. Inside, Leng Hua and the others were already dealing with the aftermath of the banquet. In the kitchen, the Song father and son finally had time to sit down and rest after being busy. Mirror, let your father and brothers rest for a while. Just leave the rest to us, Leng Hua said, and let her take her father and brothers to rest. After all, although this banquet was said to last for a day, they had prepared for a long time. Okay, I'll go take a look in the kitchen. Me, replied, and went to the kitchen to see her father and brothers. Some of the sovereigns who left found a place to open the gifts given by the Phoenix Master. When they saw that it was a pill that couldn't be bought with money, they couldn't help but gasp. It's actually a pill of this level. What? Is it a pill? Let me see mine. When a sovereign heard this, he hurriedly took out his gift and opened it. When he saw it, his eyes widened. It's really a pill. It's a supreme grade pill that can help one advance. Chapter 5183. Don't tell me the Phoenix Master refined this herself? I heard that she was known as the Ghost Doctor in the lower immortal realm. One of the sovereigns whispered, his eyes shining brightly. If the Phoenix Master refined this herself, it would be absolutely pure and without any impurities. This kind of pill is priceless. Wow, how generous. How many sovereigns have come? She's giving out a pill every time? Really? One of the sovereigns was speechless, feeling his heart boiling. If they had used this pill themselves, it would have helped them break through 1 or 2 levels. But if someone in their family took it, they would probably be able to give birth to a sovereign. Thinking of this, their hearts were burning with excitement. A sovereign. If a family had another sovereign, its power and strength would be unimaginable. At this moment, the sovereigns who held the gifts were excited. They carefully kept the pills in the space and quickly rushed back to their families. At the same time, on the Immortal Island, in the guest house, the middle-aged great emperor Lao Mei and 2 other elders were gathered together to talk. Did you see the gifts? There are supreme grade pills inside, Lao Mei said excitedly. There are 2 small bottles in one box. One bottle contains a top-grade elixir that can help you advance to the next level, and the other contains a life-saving elixir that can treat internal injuries. This gift is not light at all. Hearing this, the 2 elders looked at each other and also took out the gifts from Fengjiu. They thought that since it was a gift for the younger generation of their family, it would be the same for them to go back and look at it. But after hearing Lao Mei's words, they were curious. When the box was opened, it was as he said. There were 2 pills inside. Astonishment appeared on the 2 old men's faces as they said, "These 2 pills are not ordinary pills. Even the pills in my family's collection do not have such pill veins and medicinal fragrance as these 2 pills. This kind of pill is hard to find outside. These pills are probably refined by Fengjiu. Other than her strength, her alchemy skills are unparalleled. I heard that her pills are priceless." The other old man said as he looked at the 2 pills in front of him. He carefully put them away and said, "I didn't expect that the first thing he did would be such precious items. I heard that all the sovereigns who came to the banquet were given a gift in return. It was also an elixir, but it was an elixir that could help one level up." Lao Mei said excitedly, "It would be great if we could become in-laws with them. It's a pity that I didn't get to see their child this time. Speaking of which, it's strange. If they could really travel between the upper and lower immortal realms, why didn't they bring their children here? With their current strength and reputation, the experts from all sides wouldn't be foolish enough to make an enemy out of them. What do they have to be afraid of?" The old man said doubtfully, "Who knows what they're thinking? However, there will eventually be a chance to see it. The child of Yin Di and the Phoenix Master is destined to not be an ordinary person from birth." Indeed, they nodded and said, "It's rare for us to come here, and we were even invited to stay here for a few more days. This time, we must take a good look around." Chapter 5184. At the same time, in the main courtyard, Hao Muchun and the other 2 came to their room. How? Or nestled in Xianyuan Mo's arms and blinked her beautiful eyes at him. Daddy, they brought their family's juniors here. Is it really like what Granduncle said, that they're here to get engaged to us? Hearing this, Xianyuan Mo's raised his eyebrows and reached out to rub her little head. Question mark. Do you want to get engaged to them? I don't want to, she replied without thinking. Okay, then it's uncertain. Xianyuan Mo smiled faintly and hugged her in his arms. What? You're still young, so there's no rush to get married. You can slowly choose when you're older. If you pick someone you like, you can tell us. He held her little hand and said, You've been cultivating with Emperor Qing, so you don't spend much time with father and mother. We still want to keep you by our side for a few more years. No matter what the people outside say, you don't have to pay attention to them. Father and mother won't agree with them easily. Hearing this, she smiled and nodded. Reaching out, she wrapped her arms around his neck and happily said, Daddy is so good. Xianyuan Mose looked at his two sons standing to the side and said, It's the same for you too. Don't worry, if you don't agree to your marriage, we won't help you decide. Howard and Mu Chen looked at each other and immediately said, Thank you, Daddy, Mommy. They knew that their parents wouldn't agree to their marriage so easily. Fengju looked at the three children with a smile in his eyes. You three didn't go back to sleep in the middle of the night just to ask this? Yes, because Granduncle said that those people have this idea. Howard said. Fengju smiled. No matter what outsiders say or do, you don't have to worry. You're still young, and it's too early to talk about marriage. When you're older, you can find someone on your own. It doesn't matter if you're born rich or poor, as long as you like it. Yes, yes. The two of them nodded in response, and only then did they reveal smiles. Oh, right. Fengju looked at his daughter who was nestled in Mo's arms and asked with a smile, What's the matter with this Xiao Junyan? I heard he went to see you as soon as he left the Immortal Island. He's my friend. Just like my brothers, he treats me very well. Maybe I didn't tell him when I left back then, so he came down the mountain to see me this time. This Xiao Junyan looks rather outstanding. It's just that her personality seems a little dull. I think Great Emperor Roaring Sky's intention is to let Xiao Junyan show her face, and it would be best if she could get married to you. She said unhurriedly, her voice pausing as she took a sip of tea. When her daughter heard this, she immediately became anxious. She even forgot what her father had just said. She immediately said, Mother, Mother, I will treat him as my elder brother. You can't help me set the marriage. Seeing this, Fengju chuckled and said, Little girl, I'm just teasing you. Did you forget what your father said just now? We won't help you set the marriage unless it's your own wish. Chapter 5185. Mother, I've grown taller, so I've become thinner. Actually, I still have some meat on me. Her daughter said seriously and even pulled her hand to her waist. If you don't believe me, you can see that my waist is full of meat. Fengju touched her daughter's waist and couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and flicked her forehead. That's enough, child. You're already a big girl. You can't say things like touching my waist if you don't believe me. I know. Her daughter replied with a grin. These few days, the great emperors and their juniors will be staying here. You guys should be more careful. After they leave in a few days, there won't be any outsiders here. After everything here is settled, we'll go back. You guys haven't seen your grandfather and the rest in a long time, Fengju said to the three of them. Okay, we got it. They replied, then thought for a while. Their daughter asked again, Mother, is Granduncle coming back with us? He just came here not long ago. We won't be bringing him back. Now that they're cultivating in the immortal sect, it's a good thing for them to temper their temperament. As Fengju spoke, he was still worried. Your Granduncle is unreliable. You guys can't learn from him. Okay. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Their Granduncle was only a few years older than them. When they interacted with him, they were like little friends. In front of them, he really didn't act like a Granduncle at all. At this moment, Howard gently tugged at Mu Chun and his daughter's sleeve. Then he said, Father, Mother, we'll take our leave. Father, Mother, rest early. They had been busy entertaining guests the whole day. They were probably tired. Hearing this, Zhangjiu thought. She quickly withdrew from her father's arms and said with her brother, Father, Mother, will go back first. You guys rest early too. Go ahead. Xinyuan Mose looked at the three of them and nodded. A gentle smile flashed across his deep black eyes. Fengjiu smiled as he watched the three of them leave and closed the door behind them. He sighed with emotion and said, "In the blink of an eye, the children are all grown up. How time flies." Xinyuan Mose wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into his embrace. He said, "It's already late. We should go to bed." As he spoke, he stood up with her in his arms and walked towards the bed in the inner room. Fengjiu chuckled and reached out to hug his neck. He leaned over and whispered in his ear. No one knew what he said, but Xinyuan Mose's deep voice was heard. He said, "If Foreign is tired, go to sleep first. Leave the rest to your husband." Hearing the laughter and whispers from inside, Lung Shuang, who was standing guard outside, quietly left the courtyard. She looked up at the moon in the sky and smiled faintly. The night was perfect. In the room, the couple's love was strong the next day. After breakfast, Hauer went to the kitchen. Only me, was busy in the kitchen. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. So she went up and called out, "Sister Mir, little Seven is here. Have you eaten? Do you want to eat some more?" Mir stopped and looked at the little girl. Chapter 5186. These are wontons. I used fresh spirit beast meat and seasoning to make them. Do you want to eat them? I'll cook a few for you to try. As she spoke, she had already started cooking. I want to give Master a change of taste so that he won't get tired of eating porridge every day. That's right. You said you want to send food to your master? She took out a bowl and seasoned it while looking at her. Do you want to let your master try this? My master doesn't have the habit of eating breakfast. When he was on the mountain, he didn't eat anything. When he came here, I saw that he didn't eat much for the past 2 days. Last night, he only drank wine and didn't eat much. So I thought if Big Sister Me has anything good to eat here, I'll send some over to my master. She said with a smile. She watched as me pushed the bowl over. There were a few wontons in the bowl with soup and steam coming out of it. Even though Mir was already full, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva when she smelled it. I know it smells good just by smelling it. If I knew Big Sister Me was cooking this, I wouldn't have eaten dessert today. Mir sighed faintly. She scooped up a spoonful of soup and ate another wonton. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. How is it? Isn't it delicious? Me was very confident in her culinary skills. Looking at Mir's satisfied expression, she couldn't help but smile happily. It's really delicious. I think my master will definitely like it, she said with a smile. Big Sister Me, cook a big bowl for me. I'll send it to my master to eat. All right, wait a moment. I'll cook it for you. Song Me, said with a smile. She took out a big bowl and put some wontons into the pot to cook. She said, "This can't be left for too long. If it's too long, it won't taste good. When you send it over later, tell your master to eat it while it's hot. If he likes it, tell me later and I'll cook it for him." All right, thank you, Big Sister Me, Mir, he thanked her with a smile. No need to be so polite. Song Me, said with a smile. Me, waited in the kitchen as she chatted with me. Only when a bowl of piping hot wontons was placed in the food box did she say, "Big Sister Me, I'll send this to my master first. I'll look for you to play later." All right, be careful. Don't burn yourself. Mir instructed. Got it. She waved her hand and strode out of the kitchen, heading straight for her master's courtyard. Xiao Junyan saw her on the road and saw that she was carrying a box of food in her hand. She was still walking carefully, as if she was afraid of spilling the food inside. Xiao Junyan called out, "Yunqi, did you hear that?" She stopped in her tracks and looked towards the source of the voice. Seeing that it was Xiao Junyan, she smiled and greeted him. "Good morning, big brother Xiao. I was just about to look for you," Xiao Junyan said as she walked towards her. Are you looking for me? Is anything the matter?" As she asked, she saw him looking at her as if he had something to say. So she said, "Big brother Xiao, how about this? I'll look for you later. I was just about to send breakfast over to my master. This won't taste good if it's left for too long." Hearing that, Xiao Junyan nodded and said, "Then I'll wait for you at the Rainbow Bridge." "All right, then I'll look for you later. I'll leave first." She waved her small hand and said with a smile. Only then did she carry the food box and continue walking forward. Chapter 5187. Eric carried the food box to the courtyard. She looked around but didn't see her master, so she called out, "Master?" The door opened, and the Qing Emperor walked out slowly. He seemed to have just woken up, and there was still a sense of laziness on his body. He glanced at Yun Shi, then slowly walked to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. "Why are you here?" When they arrived here, his 3 disciples flew around happily like birds that had been set free. If they hadn't come to visit him at a certain time every day, he would have thought that he was the only one who had come to this immortal island, and not with his 3 disciples. Eric carried the food box forward with a smile and said crisply, "Master, I saw that you didn't eat much last night and only drank wine, so I brought you breakfast." As she spoke, she opened the food box and took out the wontons inside. "Master, this wonton is delicious. Sister made it, and it's fresh out of the pot. Try it." The Qing Emperor glanced at her and saw that she was like a little bee, circling around him attentively. She took out a small bowl from the food box, scooped some wontons into the bowl, and brought it to him. "Master, try it. It's delicious." Eric leaned on the side and looked at him with a smile. Only then did the Qing Emperor start to eat. His actions were elegant and noble, as if the wonton in front of him was not a small bowl, but a delicacy. Yin Qi watched from the side. When she saw that he had finished the wontons in the small bowl, she hurriedly scooped a few more into his bowl and said, "Master, you can't not eat breakfast. Although you have already abstained from eating, these are all spiritual food. It's good for your body to eat it, and it's delicious. Master, why don't I be responsible for bringing you breakfast in the future? You have to develop a good habit of eating. You can't eat one meal after another. This won't do." The Qing Emperor quietly ate his wontons and listened to her nagging. When he heard her words, his hand paused slightly, and his expression was dazed for a moment. He closed his eyes and continued to eat without saying a word. This scene came and went quickly. Even Yun Shi, who was nagging at the side, didn't notice his strange behavior at that moment. She rubbed her chin and said, "Master, I'm still so young, and those great emperors already want to get their juniors engaged to me. Fortunately, my father and mother said that they won't arrange a marriage for the 3 of us unless we agree to it ourselves. Master, why do those great emperors want to use their juniors for marriage? It's so pitiful to be a junior in their family." The Qing Emperor finished all the wontons in the bowl before putting down the spoon. He wiped the corner of his mouth and said slowly, "With your father and mother's current prestige, the 3 of you have been targeted even before you appear. If they can use the marriage to achieve their goal, they will naturally not let go of such an opportunity." Hearing this, Sun said, "So Big Brother and Big Brother also said that it's better to stay on Cloud Sky Mountain. This way, no one will know our identities and no one will have any ideas about us." "Who said that no one would target you just because you're my disciples?" Emperor Qing glanced at her and said, "Do you know how many people are secretly investigating your background?" Chapter 5189. Startled, she thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Master said that we all have to focus on cultivation. If not for the banquet this time, he wanted to bring us out to broaden our horizons. We would probably still be on a mountain right now." As she spoke, she looked at him strangely and asked, "Aren't you going back to your family?" Xiao Junyan shook his head. "I'm preparing to travel around and gain experience. So I wanted to ask you, do you want to come out with me?" That? I don't think that's possible." As she spoke, she frowned and said, "My master won't allow it." Although she also wanted to go out and travel, she knew that her master would not allow it and would not be at ease. Moreover, after they left this time, they still had to follow their father and mother back to see their grandfather and the rest. Hearing this, Xiao Junyan didn't say anything else. She just looked at the rainbow bridge. No one knew what she was thinking. Looking at him, she saw that he was clearly standing with her, and in such a beautiful place, but he looked very unhappy. That feeling of loneliness was something even she could feel. Hence, she thought for a moment and asked, "Big Brother Xiao, are you unhappy?" "No." As Xiao Junyan spoke, she shifted her gaze away from the rainbow bridge and looked at her. "I'm just a little disappointed. After so many years, You're the only person who makes me feel relaxed and comfortable. So when I'm going on a trip, I wanted to ask you." He sighed softly and said, "I didn't think it through. Your master won't agree." "Big brother Shao, don't you have a communication jade token? When my master agrees to let us go out and gain experience in the future, I'll send you a message." She raised her big smile and said, "But if I go out, my 2 senior brothers will definitely follow me." Hearing this, Xiao Junyan revealed a smile. I know. Your 2 senior brothers are very good to you. If there's a chance in the future, let's travel together." "All right," she smiled and agreed. "Big brother Xiao, it's rare for you to come here. Let me take you around. I know there are other places with good scenery." "All right." Xiao Junyan agreed and followed her around. On the way, they met the 2 siblings from the Mei family. So Air called the 2 of them along. They stayed until the evening. Air smiled at the 2 siblings from the Mei family and said, "Actually, my master asked me and my 2 senior brothers to spar with you. Why don't we spar tomorrow?" Hearing this, the 2 siblings from the Mei family looked at her. "Spar with you? That's not a good idea, is it?" In their opinion, she was younger than them, so it was not honorable to win against her. I'm definitely not alone. There are also my 2 senior brothers. But big brother Xiao, forget about it. He is much stronger than us." He looked at Xiao Junyan smilingly and said, "However, big brother Xiao can be our referee. What do you all think?" "Of course. I also want to spar with your eldest senior brother." Mei Zhubai smiled and nodded. "Then let's meet at the training field tomorrow morning." Air agreed. "Then big brother and I will go back first." "Yunqi, big brother Xiao, we'll see you tomorrow." Mei Zhuxin smiled and waved, leaving with her brother. Chapter 5190. The next day, the great emperor smiled when they heard that the juniors were going to spar at the martial arts field. They were curious about their skills and abilities, so they went to the martial arts field to watch the fun. Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu smiled when they heard that the 3 kids were going to spar with the 2 juniors from the Mei family. When they arrived, they saw that not only were the 3 great emperors there, but even Mo Chun and Emperor Qing were there. Feng Yi and Zhao Yang were there too. Emperor Yin and Phoenix Master are here too. An old man said, "We heard that a few juniors are going to spar, so we came over to watch the fun." They're discussing that the juniors from the Mei family will spar with Emperor Qing's disciple. Feng Jiu smiled when he heard that. He looked at the young man from the Mei family and Hao who was walking forward. He said, "Since that's the case, I'll give them some prizes. The one who wins will get a bottle of elixir as a reward." The great emperor's expressions changed when they heard that. They knew that Phoenix Master's elixir was of the highest quality. At this moment, the other 2 great emperors regretted not bringing their juniors along. "Eldest senior brother, you can do it," Howard shouted excitedly. "Eldest brother, you can do it." Mei Zhuxin shouted too. She said to Yun Qi, "My eldest brother is very powerful. None of the juniors in the family are his match." Howard smiled. "My eldest senior brother is very powerful too." Her eldest brother had never lost to anyone in a fight before. The 2 people in the martial arts field cupped their fists and bowed. Then they quickly attacked each other. Xinyuan Mose, Feng Jiu, and the other great emperors were watching from afar. They saw that the 2 of them were not using any weapons and were only fighting with their fists. Their movements and attacks were extremely fast. However, the great emperors like Xinyuan Mose and Feng Jiu could tell who was stronger from the first exchange. Emperor Qing has indeed taken in a good disciple. An elder said as he looked at Emperor Qing. This emperor's disciple naturally isn't lacking. His expression was indifferent, looking down on his emotions. Not long after, Feng Jiu saw Hao sweep his leg and directly sweep his opponent down. Just as the youth from the Mei family fell, Hao had already stepped forward and half-pressed his leg on his body. His hands also restrained the youth's hands so that he could not rebound. "Good. Amazing. Ha 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 ha." Feng Yu was the first to shout. He clapped his hands again and laughed heartily. "Not bad indeed." "Yes. His movements and skills are indeed not bad." The other 2 old men also nodded and praised. When the great emperor of the Mei clan saw that, he stared at great Emperor Qing and said, as expected of great Emperor Qing's disciple, "He's really outstanding." The Azure Emperor said indifferently, Not bad. Upon hearing this, the Mei family's great emperor felt his chest tighten. This person was as rude as ever. If his disciple was not bad, then what about his family's juniors? Emo-chan had a gentle smile on his face. He glanced at the laughing Feng Yi and said, "Great Emperor Qing's disciple is indeed not bad. Feng Yi, go up and ask him for advice." Ah! Feng Yi was stunned. He was still smiling a moment ago, but now he could not smile anymore. After letting go of the dejected Mei Zhu-bai, Hao was also stunned when he heard this. A look of hesitation flashed across his eyes. Chapter 5191. He couldn't help but look at his master. Seeing that his master didn't react, he looked at his parents. However, he saw a trace of ridicule and amusement in their eyes. "Yinshen, this is your reward for winning this round. Take it." Feng Jiu waved his hand, and a medicine bottle landed in Hao Er's hand. He said, "If you win this round, I'll give you another treasure." Hao Er was slightly taken aback. From what his mother said, did she mean that she agreed to this sparring match? Feng Yi rubbed his nose and walked forward. It seemed that he couldn't avoid it. However, he hadn't sparred with Hao Er before. He really didn't know how his strength compared to Hao Er's. Mei Zhu-bai stood up and patted the dust off his body. He glanced at Hao Er and then retreated to the side. He didn't expect to lose to him. He originally thought that he would definitely win, but he lost. He took a deep breath and told himself that it didn't matter. It was just a sparring match. "You really want to fight? I'm telling you, I won't show any mercy." Feng Yi stepped forward and said. He looked at Feng Jiu and asked, "Then if I win, will there be a reward?" "Yes." Feng Jiu smiled. "Okay, then come." Feng Yi glanced at Hao Er and cupped his hands meaningfully. He suddenly threw a punch forward. Hao Er saw his fist coming and immediately bent back to avoid it. At the same time, he kicked out, turned around, and threw a punch forward. The surrounding people watched for a while with different expressions. Xinyuan Mose looked at the two figures and said, "Looks like they're evenly matched." They were indeed on par with each other. As the two exchanged blows, their movements and reactions were both extremely fast. It was hard to tell who was better. Feng Yi, who was in the middle of the battle, restrained his sloppy expression and became very serious. Feng Jiu nodded secretly and said, "I didn't expect the two of them to be so skilled." Hao Er and the others knew about it, but they had to admit that Feng Yi was really good at fighting. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have weapons in their hands. Otherwise, there would be a lot of noise when they fought. After fighting for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two of them were still unable to determine a winner. When the two of them punched out, a powerful force rippled out in front of them. Even the two of them were forced to take a few steps back. Just as they were about to step forward to fight again, they heard Xinyuan Mose's voice. "Stop!" The two men who were about to step forward panted slightly as they looked at him. "It's a draw," Xinyuan Mose said as he looked at Feng Jiu. "Yes, we're evenly matched." As she spoke, two items flew out of her hand and landed in their hands. "This is your reward." Feng Yi looked at it and saw that it was a dark green flute with tassels at the end. It was very beautiful. He couldn't help but play with it in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. "What kind of magic weapon is this?" he asked curiously. He held the flute and wanted to try playing it. "It can be used as an attack weapon. It can also be used as a flying magic weapon," Feng Jiu said. "Thank you, Phoenix Master." Feng Yi smiled happily and cupped his hands at her. The people at the side watched, and their eyes couldn't help but flash. Why was this Feng Yi also surnamed Feng? But from the looks of it, he shouldn't have anything to do with Feng Jiu, right? "Thank you, Phoenix Master." Hao also cupped his hands and bowed. He put away the magic weapon his mother gave him. Who else wants to fight next? Feng Jiu asked with a smile. Chapter 5192. When Mei Zhu-bai heard this, he couldn't help but look at her in surprise. Then he shook his head. "No, you're too young." Although he had lost to her eldest senior brother, he wouldn't lose to her, right? Besides, how could a young man like him fight with a little girl who wasn't even 10 years old? That was too much of a bully. Let a young man spar with a little girl like you. Even if he wins, it won't be honorable. The great emperor of the Mei family shook his head as he spoke. "Yunqi, why don't you just spar with Mei Zhu-bai's sister? You're about the same age. It's fair to spar with her," Feng Yi said. He looked at the little girl from the Mei family and revealed an inexplicable smile. Actually, he felt that the little girl from the Mei family would be a match for him. She would definitely lose in a spar. Old Mei had lost to 2 juniors in a row. Would he be so angry that he would blow his beard and glare? As he thought about it, he couldn't help but look at the great emperor of the Mei family. She looked at Mei Zhuxin and finally shook her head. Sister Zhuxin is definitely no match for me. Really, I don't bully people. She had been training since she was young. Mei Zhuxin was not the same as her. How could she possibly be her match? As she spoke, she looked at Zhao Yang and said with a smile, "Why don't I spar with Brother Zhao?" When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but rub their foreheads. This little disciple of the Qing Emperor was also a troublemaker. Why did she pick someone older than her? The Qing Emperor glanced at his little disciple and didn't say anything. He let them decide for themselves. However, Zhao Yang shook his head. "I won't spar with you." He didn't dare to make a move. If he wasn't careful, it would be terrible. Xiao Junyan watched from the side and felt that it was a little strange. However, she didn't say anything and just watched quietly. In the end, it was Feng Jiu who spoke up. "Let's spar with Mei Zhuxin." She even said that no matter who won, the 2 girls would get a reward from her. And the final result was naturally, "Let's win." Mei Zhuxin got a reward. When his son helped him up, he didn't know how he lost. In the end, it was Mu Chun and Zhao Yang. Mu Chun lost by half a move, and Zhao Yang won by a narrow margin. Feng Jiu was very satisfied with this result, as he had already expected it. Zhao Yang originally had a pure Yang body, so his cultivation speed was also extremely fast. Even if Mu Chin's talent was not bad, he was still slightly inferior to him in terms of age. After the sparring, Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu brought the great emperors to the front hall for tea. In the training field, Mei Zhubai looked at Hao and said, "Let's spar again. I'll definitely win." "Anytime," Hao said. He glanced at him and added, "I can beat you anytime." Mei Zhubai's fighting spirit was ignited when he heard that. He clenched his fists and said, "Not necessarily," looking at the 2 of them. Then, he stepped forward and said with a smile, "Eldest martial brother, big brother Mei, how about we go to the back of the mountain and catch some wild animals to roast? Let's all roast the meat together." Mei Zhuxin's eyes lit up when she heard that. "Sure, brother, let's go together." Seeing this, Mei Zhubai responded and followed everyone to the back of the mountain to catch some wild animals. Victory and defeat were common in battle. He believed that he would definitely beat him in the future. A few days later, Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu sent the great emperors off, including Mo Chun, Feng Yi, and Zhao Yang. Chapter 5193. Xiao Junyan didn't know what the old ancestor was thinking. He said, "Yunxi, I will return to the family with the old ancestor first before going out to travel. This trip may take a few years. If your master asks you to leave the mountain to travel, remember to send me a message." "Okay, don't worry, Brother Xiao. I will remember." The girl nodded. "Then I'll be leaving. Take care of yourself, and take care of yourself," Xiao Junyan said, looking at her with some reluctance before returning to his old master's side. "Goodbye, Brother Xiao. Take care." The girl waved and shouted. After watching him leave with his old ancestor, she followed her parents and 2 brothers back to the palace. "Mother, why didn't you bring granduncle and the rest back?" the girl asked curiously. "They just came up not long ago. Let them go back to the immortal sect to cultivate first. There will be plenty of opportunities to go back in the future. This time, the main thing is to bring you back to see grandfather and the rest." Feng Jiu touched the girl's head. The girl's head said. The Qing Emperor walked out slowly. Looking at them, he asked slowly, "When are you going back?" "Tomorrow." Feng Jiu looked at him and smiled. "The Qing Emperor will be alone when you go back to Cloud Sky Mountain. Why don't you stay here first? Mir is in the kitchen. Du Fan and the rest will also stay here. The Qing Emperor can stay here for a few more days." "Okay," the Qing Emperor replied and turned to return to the courtyard. The girl looked up at her parents and said, "Father, Mother, I will go and talk to Master. We will be back for a long time. Master will not see me for a long time." Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu looked at each other and smiled at her. "Go," Seeing that his daughter had chased after her master, Xianyuan Mose then said to his two sons, "Come with me." Hao and Mu Chun hurriedly followed behind their father. Feng Jiu went to the kitchen and called Mi to visit his father and brothers. He was going to give them some things. The next morning, Hao Mu Chun and the children returned to their original appearance, put on new clothes, and went to their master's courtyard to bid farewell. "Master, we're leaving. We'll be back soon. Go." The Azure Thearch's voice came from inside. The three of them nodded and left. Not long after, the Qing Supreme Thearch walked out slowly. He leaped to a high place and stood with his hands behind his back. He watched the little figure run towards her parents. A trace of gentleness and adoration flashed through his eyes as a smile bloomed on his lips. "The father, mother." The three of them called out as they trotted towards them. Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu smiled at each other when they saw the three children walking towards them. After so many years, the children had grown up. All the joys and sorrows that they had experienced over the years flashed before their eyes. In the end, all that was left was the figures of the children running towards them and the smiles on their faces. They stretched out their hands and held the hands of the three children. Their faces also bloomed with smiles, revealing a happy expression. Let's go home." The morning sun shone on them, elongating the shadows of their family. An aura called happiness enveloped them, allowing everyone to feel their happiness and joy. The sun rose and illuminated the entire land. In front of the palace, contract beasts walked out one by one. Seeing their masters leave, they looked up to the sky and roared, as if cheering in the sky. The fire phoenix spread its wings and soared in the sky. It raised its head and let out a cry. The cry of the phoenix reverberated throughout the sky and reverberated throughout the fairy island. Chapter 5194. In Cloud Sky Mountain, a girl in a light-colored dress didn't use her spiritual energy to move. Instead, she ran towards the highest peak of the mountain on foot. In front of her, a lion was running slightly faster than her. From time to time, it would turn back to look at her. "Master, you can't catch up with me," the lion said as it leaped dozens of meters away. Widened her eyes and said, "I'm a two-legged person. How can I outrun you, who has 4 legs?" Her quick-witted eyes turned, and a trace of craftiness flashed through her eyes. The next moment, the spiritual energy in her body circulated, and her feet swept away like the wind. With a few sweeping steps, she ran in front of the lion. "Come on, let's see who's faster." Laughed heartily as she ran up the mountain. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant, echoing in the forest. One person and one beast ran to the peak of the mountain. After about 30 minutes, they arrived at the peak of the mountain. When he saw the figure sitting cross-legged on the rock, a big smile appeared on his face. "Master," she called out and ran to his side. That year, after she and her 2 brothers went back with her parents to see her grandfather and the others, they stayed there for a few months before returning. When they came back, their master had already returned to Cloud Sky Mountain, so the 3 of them also returned to the mountain. 2 years ago, her parents did not bring anyone with them. They did not know where the 2 of them went to travel, but they would occasionally send news to them. As for her elder brother, he also left the mountain 2 years ago. Now, he had made a name for himself outside. Only she and her elder brother stayed in Cloud Sky Mountain because their master said that they could only leave the mountain when they were 15 years old. Today was their 15th birthday. Her elder brother was still practicing in the back of the mountain, and she came to the peak of the mountain early to find her master. Back then, she had made an appointment with Big Brother Xiao to travel together, but after returning, she had never left the mountain gate again. However, Big Brother Xiao had come to see her a few times, and every time, he would bring her a lot of trinkets that he had bought during his travels. The Lotus Emperor sat cross-legged and looked at the scenery in front of him. Hearing his little disciple's joyful voice, he turned his head slightly and looked at her. The little girl in front of him had already grown up. She was no longer the chubby child from back then. She was slender and elegant, and her face was full of smiles. Her face could only be considered ordinary in the immortal world. It was not particularly stunning or beautiful. It was the kind of face that would be easily overlooked in a crowd. However, her unremarkable appearance, coupled with her crafty and intelligent eyes, made it impossible for people to ignore her even if they wanted to. After so many years of being by his side, she had never used her original face. If she showed her face, how beautiful would she be? His eyes flashed as he thought of the young girl in his memories. She was Cloud 7, whom he had picked up and taken in as his disciple. After all these years, he seemed to have gradually forgotten the appearance of his first disciple, Yin Qi. Her face seemed to have unknowingly become blurry. The only thing that remained clear was her every frown, every smile, and every laugh she made as she called out to him as her master. While he was in a daze, he heard a clear voice calling out to him, "Master? Master?" Chapter 5195. The Emperor Qing's expression changed slightly. It was as if the face in his memory had merged with this one, becoming exactly the same. She was still bending over slightly with a smile on her face as she called out to him in a crisp voice. "Today is your birthday. What gift do you want me to give you?" The Emperor Qing regained his senses and stood up from the rock. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, she was stunned. She smiled and narrowed her eyes. She said in a crisp voice, "I'll like anything you give me, master." Any gift from her master, no matter how inconspicuous, was still good. The Emperor Qing glanced at her and flipped his hand. A box appeared in his hand. "Take a look and see if you like it." She hurriedly took the box and opened it. Inside was a dark green hairpin in the shape of two clouds. It didn't look like jade, but it felt warm in her hand. She looked at it curiously and couldn't bear to put it down. She smiled happily and said, "Thank you, master. I like this hairpin very much. However, it doesn't look like jade, but it's transparent and has a warm luster." "What kind of hairpin is this?" "This is a hairpin made from the Mu Xin of the 10,000-year-old green spiritual wood," the Emperor Qing said faintly. He glanced at the hairpin in her hand, and his eyes flashed. "It's so beautiful. Master, can you help me put on?" She looked at him with a smile and handed the hairpin in her hand to him. The Emperor Qing glanced at her and took the hairpin in her hand. He helped her put it in her hair. He saw that there was a touch of dark green in her silky black hair. It was transparent and warm and looked very beautiful. "Hee, master, is it beautiful?" she asked with a smile and looked at him with a smile. The Emperor Qing smiled and nodded slightly. "It's beautiful. Thank you, master. I knew it was beautiful. Master, you always give good things. I'll go and show it to my brother." She walked away happily, followed by the lion. A wisp of gentleness and adoration flashed through the Lotus Emperor's eyes as he watched that fairy-like figure descend the mountain, and an imperceptible smile appeared on the corners of his lips. He turned around and looked at the boundless sky as if he was thinking about something. Mu Chan changed into a new set of robes and was about to look for his master and sister when he saw his sister running towards him happily. "Big brother, look, is the present master gave me nice?" She stepped forward with a smile and twirled in front of him. As she twirled, beautiful petals appeared on her skirt. The 15-year-old Mu Chen, his son, was a head taller, and his aura was restrained and steady. He looked at the dark green hair in his sister's hair and asked, "Is the hairpin on your head a birthday gift from Shizun?" Yes, yes. What do you think? Wasn't it beautiful?" Master said that this hairpin was carved from the Mu Xin of the everlasting green spirit wood. She said happily she really liked the hairpin on her head. Mu Chen nodded and said, "It's beautiful." It was simple yet extraordinary. Moreover, the dark green luster made people feel very comfortable looking at it. "Master gave you a birthday gift. Don't be careless and lose it." Mu Chan reminded her worriedly. This was a birthday gift from Shizun, and it meant a lot. Yes, yes. I know. I won't lose it. Don't worry." She nodded with a smile.